also seem low. Everything seems low. Am I just losing it? I have to share the electricity with the AC. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They need to see us much less since this is largely a podcast anyway. It's an audio format.
And I look better in the less light, so okay.
Do I have enough? I think so.
Okay, good.
So.
All right. Welcome. We're super happy to have you. That didn't sound like it. That tapered off much more than it should have. All right. People on the screen.
Happy is a relative term here, right?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm trying to turn a corner, guys. I'm trying to really sell that happiness.
Yay.
Yeah. All right. Dayna, let's hear some more Dayna.
Oh, no. Why? Hello. I'm talking out words and things are coming out of my mouth, and I'm going to keep doing it until...
Testy test, 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 test. If I eat it. Okay. Okay, I'm testing my audio right here. This is a good place right here to hold the mic, I think. Is this a good one? Right here? Thank you. Yeah. Anybody come in? You thought-er-aid.
I shouldn't get excited. All right, we're on. Yes, we are on the screen. Specifically about that. I shouldn't get excited about mistakenly hearing. There we go. Let's fade. Sorry, I'm a little dark in this corner, and Jordan's going to be a little dark in that corner. But Ben and Dayna are going to be well lit. So enjoy that. Welcome to the Gosh Darn program. People at home, and there are.
I'm happy about that.
And normally, Jordan would be people at home, and it blew my mind.
Yeah.
When Jordan gave me a heads up.
Where would I be placed in this show?
It's right.
Oh, they're up there?
You're usually there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That's how you usually come in.
This is my first time
through
on
the Zoom.
Stage, so.
Yeah. And yes, first time in our little venue. I keep feeling like I'm hearing the squeak of the door. And I think
Are you first time here? Is this your... Oh, welcome.
Yeah. She's checking us out, too.
All right.
It's not normally this warm, but also the planet isn't usually this warm. So we're doing what we can.
I know Sacramento usually is this bad.
Well, I think last year was a very reasonable summer.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
But, like 9-11 days in the 100 pluses this July, that's a little much. I think we were all getting a little cocky when it was still like in the 80s in May.
Yeah.
It was just, this summer is going to be so mild and tender, like a newborn infant lord. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, took a second. That one rolled in.
A nice supple baby.
Yeah.
Good.
We can't overheat babies. That's bad.
Oh no, that's very bad. But I knew it was either going to come in. It was either going to come in roaring, or it was still going to be 90s in October, and we might still get that too. Right. I'm talking too much. We got to get some cold open from you guys for when I edit, and I am editing again. I don't know if everybody saw 3 episodes came out this week.
Please,
nice.
Getting caught up.
Please,
getting caught up.
No, thank you. You're welcome.
What was that?
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. I don't know.
Sorry. That was also me attempting to mic check some more. How is everybody?
Decent.
Still
decent. Happy 4th, 5th.
Yay.
Yay. Gotta find the things to be grateful about.
I'm working on that.
Yeah.
I'm actively working on that.
Are you?
I am.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Baseball. There's baseball. There's lacrosse. There's jazz. There's stand-up comedy.
Oh.
America. Like, not too shabby.
I didn't think about it. Sure.
Oh, yeah.
That's a murderer's row of American accomplishments.
Yeah. I have a Yankee shirt with that.
Nah, that's all right.
Yeah.
Do you get out to much jazz?
I did at Luna's back when that was a deal.
Well,
but
it would seem like what's it? It's not Limelight. It's what's it called? now?
Silver Lining.
Silver Lining. It would
Yeah.
seem like a dueling piano bar would continue a jazz tradition, but no. Have we not checked out their new
Are
jazz
you
selections?
saying Art Luna's is out?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Jordan.
Did
yeah,
you ever
welcome
happen to
back
go
to
to
town.
Luna's?
Wow.
Did you ever happen to go to Luna's? How long have you been in the area?
Oh, okay.
Born
good.
here. Okay, all right. Well, there was a place called Luna's, and it was lovely, and they
Yeah.
sold smoothies and booze. And that
Yeah.
was a cool mix.
Yeah.
But anyway,
And there was an open mic night, a
Oh,
comedy
yeah.
open mic.
It was really good.
And booked shows as well. It was a
Sure.
small venue,
Yeah.
kind of like this, but a crazy old man.
Art
no.
Art has popped in a couple times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, yeah, we did almost 100 gosh darn episodes at Luna's. That was our first real home.
You
Oh,
did
wow.
this at Luna's. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
I was there.
You were there a
I
lot.
was there.
It's all coming back to Jordan.
I was there.
We thawed out Jordan and pushed him back on stage.
Yeah.
That was me. That was us. All of
That
us.
was Luna's was here, man. That existed.
Yeah. Well, the spot was practically here. I don't know if you were here for when the spot was 3 doors down. The original. Well,
The spot? The comedy spot?
yeah,
Yeah.
not
Down
original.
from
It's
here. The original.
right on the end of the
Yeah, no, I'm-
end of this building. I didn't remember if you went that far back.
I'm not that old, no.
Okay.
Not that old. Not comedy spot still around?
Yes.
I'm just gonna keep this going.
We're just gonna
McDonald's.
keep checking it.
Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
They still have Wendy's.
Yeah. Oh, you never see Ron?
Is the Capitol still
Came
there?
in.
Yeah. Do we still have the Capitol, or did they finally move that down to Modesto?
Oh, God.
My Modesto.
No, we've still got it. Weirdly enough. All right. Well, I think the people that bought the pre-sales were just donating. Maybe they're watching at home.
They're blessed beings.
So yeah,
May God
we
bless them.
appreciate it. We
Right.
appreciate those pre-sales.
Yeah.
So we don't want to keep you waiting and continuing to wonder: is this
This
is
is
this
the
what
show.
this actually? No, we're gonna get into the actual program.
I've done comedy homework.
Yeah, it is the biggest homework show in town. It's the only. Well, I don't know. Why do we subject you guys to this? Because it's fun. It has to be. I've been doing this for 11 years. It has to be fun, right?
Yes.
Yes. Positivity. That's where we're living now. We're living in
Validation.
positive town. Yes, Bob. Yes. That is a live Jordan Gannon.
Who's in town? Bob?
Yeah, Bob Bess. That's
Bob S.
Bob Bess.
Hey, Bob Bess.
You remember
Yeah.
Bob?
Bob Bess has blessed me many times.
Yeah.
Bob Bess's presence.
Yeah. He mostly blesses us from afar now.
From afar now? Well, I hope you're well, Bob
Yeah.
Bess.
Yeah. We
Where
have
do
a real
where do
life.
I look to look into the piercing heart?
That's the home.
Oh,
That's
there
the
it
home audience
Yeah.
right
There
there.
we
Is
go.
that camera right under the light?
There.
Look to the light.
Yeah. Just try not to look directly at it. All right. Let's do this gosh darn thing before she leaves. All right. Welcome at home. Welcome in person. Let's switch to that. So it looks all purty. And yeah, let's get John Alston to explain this show to the world.
Roughly 24 to 92 hours ago, Stab's team of comedy scientists commissioned 3 specific humorists to give various potentially comedic takes on several random topics, which they will now perform for the first and likely last time in front of a live studio audience in a show called Stab.
In this gut-healthening episode of The Stab Show, the book reports Dayna Bryant has 24 hours to figure out who's been fixing state fair turtle races before the mob can get their hands on a barrel of experimental fox adrenaline. Stand-up funny man Ben Warheit engages in a Zeppelin chase with the kidnappers of the King of Zeppland. and with no lapse, or with no laws in international airspace, things are about to get buoyant. And Stab Show favorite Jordan Gannon has to convince a panel of undercover shoppers that his store isn't normally in this much disarray before it's too late to set up the weekend sales abrasion displays. Now they show up All of this while me, your host, Jesse Jones, can suddenly understand exactly what all animals are trying to say, and I've got to save Mayor Barksley from the pound to officiate a junkyard wedding. All this and so much more tonight on Stab. Now, before we dive into segment one, you guys want something to drink? Welcome. Well, glad to have you. We waited almost exactly in time. We were just starting. So good to have you. Again, anything to drink before we get started? You want to get comfy? Everything? Yeah, let me take care of you. You guys. Sorry, Jordan. This is what happens.
This is great.
Yay, go Jesse, go.
I'll restart the show once we get back.
Go, Jesse.
Yeah, go Jesse. What do you want? What booze do you want?
There's White Claw and there's beers. A good selection of beers. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
No, don't you dare be
Please.
sorry. You're
We're
present.
here-
Oh my
We're
God.
here for you.
How much better do how much better do you feel now? Yay! Same, yay. Oh, goody good. Hi, we were introduced. I'm Ben. This is
Jordan.
Dayna.
Yay.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the very intimate comedy experience where
Yes.
here we are.
Yay.
There's more of us. Well, now there's an equal number of us
Yeah.
as you all. So
We're not even outnumbered. Have you been to this thing before?
welcome.
Oh,
First time,
welcome.
long time.
How'd you hear about it?
Cool.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, okay.
How long have you known each other? You guys? Yeah. How long have you been? You guys? Oh man.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's awesome. Mm-hmm. Oh. Where are you from? Are you from Sacramento area? Oh, nice.
Oh, great.
Welcome. Welcome.
All right. Do we don't do the whole intro again.
I mean, if you don't need us to.
We can. All right. Let's do whatever it is you want. Just so you guys fully understand.
I don't know how editing works, so, whatever you
It makes it
need.
easier if I just go from the top. Let's do it again. If I had waited like a minute longer, you guys would have gotten here exactly in time. But you know what? This works. Sorry you get the intro again. Maybe I'll read it better this time and you'll enjoy it more. Let's do the thing again.
Roughly 24 to 92 hours ago, Stab's team of comedy scientists commissioned 3 specific humorists to give various potentially comedic takes on
This is the
several
good
random
one.
topics, which they will now perform for the first and likely last time in front of a live studio
You guys
audience
get that?
in a show
The explanation.
called Stab.
In this gut-healthening episode of the Stab Show, the book reports Dayna Bryant has 24 hours to figure out who's been fixing state fair turtle races before the mob can get their hands on a barrel of experimental fox adrenaline. Stand-up funny man Ben Warheit engages in a Zeppelin chase with the kidnappers of the King of Zeppland. And with no laws in international airspace, things are about to get buoyant. And Stab Show favorite Jordan Gannon has to convince a panel of undercover shoppers that his store isn't normally in this much disarray before it's too late to set up the weekend celebration displays. All of this while me, your host Jesse Jones, can suddenly understand exactly what all animals are trying to say, and I've got to save Mayor Barksley from the pound to officiate a junkyard wedding. All of this and so much more tonight on Stab. Now let's dive right into the program with segment 1. It's reorganization. It's generally how we start the show. Yes, we're now officially starting. ILYM, or I love you more, on the surface, a sweet term of endearment, but when you really look at it, it only sets up conflict and likely leads to more anxiety and confrontation than one would want in what is supposed to be an innocuous throwaway expression of affection. What started as a sweet exchange of lovey-dovey schmookums has now become a fucking challenge, and both parties are calling the other a goddamn liar. Good luck sleeping tonight, idiots. Anyway, let's pretty immediately forget what else ILYM might already mean to some, and instead give me who or what else ILYM might stand for or represent to you, Dayna. ILYM.
Imagine you're a lonely man on an island in a northern sea. What's that in the distance? A whale? A phantom from a dream world? No, it's a sweet, luxurious freedom of ridiculously expensive private sea craft. There, standing languidly On the starboard railing is a beautiful woman, one like you've never seen before. Your heart beats faster. Your pants tighten.
Yeah.
It's love. This may seem like a romance book fantasy or the weird plot to a Netflix rom-com, but no. This, my friend, is the common occurrence in the land of Iceland. That's because everyone knows Icelanders love yacht mommies.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Did you know that 50% of the Icelandic population was born of a native man who lured ashore a yacht mommy? Bored of her privileged life with her brain-dead wealthy boyfriend, she swam ashore to begin a new life with a sexy Icelandic fisherman. Icelanders love yacht mommies, and the yacht mommies love them too.
Oh, man. If we couldn't all just get ourselves a nice yacht mommy.
Yes.
Isn't that everybody's goal?
That's the dream.
Isn't that everybody's dream? Are we... Wait, do you have a switch on that one? There we go. Okay. That's why I never give stand-up switches.
Good. Please don't.
Thank you, Dayna. Well done. Oh, quality work. Hey, Ben.
Hi.
What? Thanks. What do you have in way of an ILYM?
I have efforts. I have multiple efforts. I'm going to read them through. That's what's going to happen right now. ILYM. Inconsiderate ladies yell murder. Also, internationally, Latinas yell mommy. And then this one has a title. It's called Wartime Interior Design. I like yellow, Marine. That one I imagine a big buff man, but he has very serious taste about his drapes and such. Yeah.
Listen
Deal with that now, Jesse. What?
Listen here, Marine. I like yellow.
Yeah, that's how that was.
You're questioning the Admiral's interior design. I like yellow. I assume there's admirals in the Marines. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
It's all water.
I wasn't good
I
at
don't know.
war.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your potpourri of answers.
You know, George Washington never wore a uniform he didn't design himself.
Really?
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah, he was a large man, 6'5"
Yeah.
or more when and he designed all of his.
Seems like you would have to.
So perhaps he said, "I like
Listen here,
yellow."
my dearest Marine.
If we had Marines.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Then.
You know, there's a lot of ifs and buts in this one. Thank you, Ben. Hey, Jordan.
Hi.
That I can see, like, looking this way and not looking up that way. I'm used to looking at a screen above the stage to see my Jordan Gannons.
Yeah.
But not today.
I thought it was the future. It's the past.
We are regressing. Jordan Gannon, let's hear what you have in way of an ILYM.
Do you like comedy? Do you like lonely young men? Listen, perhaps you like disaffected young men and women. You know, channeling their anxieties into witty turns of phrase, or turning an inner shame into a diatribe against their parents, or ginning up their bitterness and rejection of the Lord into a harangue against rhetorical boogeymen like systems of oppression and the patriarchy, or if I may flip it, the longhouse or the gynocracy. Well, do you like those things? Do you also like the outdoors?
Sure.
Do you like a fenced-in outdoor area in a suburban part of the city that's being gentrified? Well, look, I don't know if you like either of those things, but it's not totally relevant. Come on down to Indolent Loner's Yard Meet and enjoy a night of being in a backyard and listening to the comedic stylings of your most lonely peers. It's funner because it's the backyard of a house your friend is subletting from his grandma.
Yes. Yes.
I haven't been to one of those, but I hear they're great fun.
I'm assuming that's MEET-me and not MEET-me.
I assumed there was some barbecuing going on too, though, so I'm not sure. Yes, Jordan. Thank you. After years of not visiting, for coming in and reminding me of backyard comedy shows. They've done wonders for the place, Jordan. Thank you.
It's part of the revivification of Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
The vibrancy.
Yeah.
It's how we
And that
spruce up this town.
that entrepreneurial spirit. Let's put on a show. You just use venues. That's what they're. Sorry. I'm fine. Segment 2. It's Topical Haiku Challenge. With all the freedom still ringing in our ears from yesterday's fiery festivities, we'd be remiss if we didn't address our democracy's current dire situation. Now, around these parts, we try to avoid directly addressing the hellscape that is the American political system, just because... But it feels like we can't let the events of last week go without being addressed. I still haven't watched any of it, but I get the impression it was a shit show. And also, as both men are in their upper 70s, odds are heavily likely that at least one of them, if not both, discreetly shit themselves during the said festivities. So, with all of that in mind, how about you give us 3 haiku each about the debates, or the upcoming election, or recent Supreme Court decisions, whatever you'd like to vent about 17 syllables at a time. And naturally, how else can we present our haiku segment than without our background Irish jig? So, somehow more racist than the stereotypical Japanese music we used to do this under? I'm not sure. But 333 or 111-222, 3 times around, let's hear your topical haiku challenges, your topical haikus about, the current American political hellscape. Dayna, your first haiku.
America sucks. Hypocrite conservatives create this hellscape.
Yay! Well, I mean, everybody had a hand in it, sure. But
I just went with what I felt, Jesse.
that's fine. That's fine. This is where we vent. Ben,
Jesse.
your first time around, your first political hellscape haiku.
Okay. Wanna kill a guy? Call it an official act. Now it's okey doke.
Whee! Things are fun. Things are fun, and everything's fine.
Everything's great. I feel very safe
Oh, yeah. It's the best.
all the time.
Jordan Gannon, your first of 3 American politics haikus.
Did a dementia patient just save democracy? How inspiring.
I mean, when you think about it, if you really think about it, if you were watching a movie, if you were outside of it would be inspiring. Look at what they accomplished.
Vote for him because look at him go.
Right?
Look at him.
Pinch your little cheeks.
We'll get Michael Douglas to play him.
Oh.
That'd be great.
Oh, now we're casting it. Oh, let's do this. Dayna, second time around. Political haiku.
I'd just like to say this one's just for me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Goodbye, deference. Admin law nerds are all sad now. R.I.P. Chevron.
Oh, yeah. That happened. I remember somebody mentioning in all the madness that sort of got lost in the shuffle, but yes, I remember that was a bad thing for that to happen.
It means a lot to me as a nerd that studied admin law.
Oh, wow. Sorry. I try to block all of this out, so I only tangentially understand half of it. Ben,
Jesse.
second politics haiku thing, go sad.
Because you said Nice. This one is titled Keep It in the Family, V. Wade. Oh, hello, daughter. Fuck, sex, I came. Deal with the baby. That's
Yay.
true now.
Yay. No.
That's true in places
Sure.
where I contribute with my taxes.
Good
That's
times.
a chill-ass thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the tone at the moment.
I did this. I made this happen. I apologize. This is supposed to be cathartic, but I think it's just stirring everything up. Jordan, second time
You're
around.
agitating the people. You're agitating them.
That's what I do.
This doesn't end well.
Never does. Second, politics haiku, Jordan. What do you have?
This one is called Read Book 8 of the Republic. Plato's Republic. Democracy leads straight to tyranny. We will welcome it.
Yeah. 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 I forgot. Arming Jordan with haikus is just a straight line to the saddest part of the meat. Dayna, let's start to finish our
Okay.
haikuing. Let's get your third of three.
President King now.
Mhm.
Don't be a weak bitch, Biden. Delete student loans.
Oh, yeah. You know what? At this point, just
Hit delete. Go into the computer and just click, click. They're all gone. Oh
what does
no.
anything matter now? What does it even mean? What does it matter? What does it mean? Who can stop you?
Right?
Ben Warheit.
Jesse.
Haiku 3. What have you?
Gotcha. Okay. Why bother in America? Because people and justice? Sure, I guess. Why not? Yeah.
I mean, we're here.
It's titled Yippee, I guess.
Oh no.
We're all here, I guess.
There's
Go.
too much despair and nihilism here in this room.
Yes. Yes. I think it gets more lighthearted later. I can't remember.
Right.
But Jordan, let's wrap up our haikuing.
This
with,
one is
Yeah.
called The Real Problem.
Uh-huh.
You feel you must judge whether you agree before you decide to laugh.
That is, in fact, the real problem.
The real problem.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Dayna. And I'm sorry for all of that. Segment 3.
We'll edit it. Take it out.
Yeah.
Just
no,
take it out.
we don't need this.
You. What the problem is?
Maybe somebody in
You'll
like
take
6
me
months.
out of contact.
Maybe someone in 6 months really needs this.
Yeah. You know
It's
what?
too soon.
Yeah, right now, it's not. Oh, yeah, 6 months from. That would be. Yeah, okay. I'll have it edited in time. Segment 3, it's Breakfast of Champions. What can be so sad about breakfast? Just wait. I miss cereal. I mean, I can still have it. I just kind of choose not to at the moment. Maybe in a couple months after I get back from the desert and stop working out most of the day. A nice bowl of sugary cereal with fun-themed shapes and colors and marshmallows. All of that. And in Breakfast of Champions, we like to take Sugar Youth Good and twist it around the pain of adulthood and ask you to give us the packaging, applicable mascot, slogans, and nutritional information for a breakfast cereal branded around the following particular things or concepts. So let's see what kind of tasty horrors we'll be spooning into my horror hole. Dayna Bryant, let's hear your breakfast cereal themed. Oh, shit. This doesn't get better. Let's hear your breakfast cereal themed around a moment of brutal social embarrassment in high school.
Are you a teenager who starts off every morning with an impending sense of dread for the day ahead? Well, do we have the cereal for you? They're called Shame Mementos. We've combined the O's of questionable nutritional content with fun marshmallows shaped like all the most embarrassing high school moments. We've got yellow peed basketball shorts, white pussy zits, giant red letter F's because your grades were horrible, some beautiful purple swollen eyes from the fistfights with the bullies, and of course, orange boners because who hasn't had one of those pop in high school?
Oh, man.
You'll enjoy our adorable mascot. I mean, not me, obviously. You'll enjoy our adorable mascot, who is the nerdiest white kid that plays D&D that you've ever seen.
Nice.
He's super forgettable, you know, except for when he says something really cringy in class and everybody makes fun of him. But, you know, there's a prize in every box, something that every teenager needs to survive. We've got deodorant. We promise it doesn't make the cereal taste that much worse. Or a black drawstring hoodie, because everybody knows sometimes you just got to hide inside a hoodie.
Sure.
Also, we provide some pics of your hot boyfriend or girlfriend who totally is real and just lives in a different state.
Mm-hmm.
Or, a good old letter from your dad that says, I love you. So eat your shame mementos today.
Yay! Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dayna. A letter from who now? What? Push it back down. Push it back down.
That's why it never stops being funny.
Yeah. And I'm not talking to the orange boner. I mean the shame. Hey, Ben.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
Hi.
Could be tangentially related, or it can be something completely different. Let's hear your cereal themed around a secret unrequited crush.
Hello, serial investors. Glad you've all gathered here today, and we're all dressed in all this lovely room. I got your message. I heard you wanted to hear about the packaging. I heard you wanted to hear about the applicable mascots. I heard you wanted to hear about the slogans and the nutritional information about this cereal you all fine folks are about to invest in. So here they are. Ladies and folks, she'd say no, the cereal.
Oh, no.
Here's your packaging. It's very nondescript. We do not want to let them know what this is. This is a platonic breakfast. This cereal thinks you're awesome, like a sister. There's a puzzle on the back that looks like it'll lead you to her if you can just figure it out. But you absolutely cannot. It is impossible. Applicable mascots. Oh, everybody welcome and see. It's a living death. It's a quivering fear. It's a quivering tear, shaped by fear, spending his moments grieving what never could be because he never will do. He's on the cover. He's a little holographic. If you move him a little bit, remember those where like it'll just be like, Yeah, he's shivering under a blanket, just like slightly, just like a little bit, each little way. It moves at most like a quarter of an inch, like back and forth. That's what he does. His eyes are darting back and forth as if anybody's gonna show. Not for him. No, he's alone. His name is a living death. Slogans. We got 3 to run by you folks. Let us know if you feel kind of hot about warm, kind of cool about another. That's all good.
Sure.
We got put it in your mouth unsuspiciously. No, it goes in. It goes in. Okay, all right.
So far.
All right. That was good. It's good.
Yeah.
You'll always have enough because there's no one there to share. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was my winner. That's all right. The last one is it's just the word fear. It's just the word, but in italics.
Oh.
It's very, very fancy fear. It's very fancy fear. Okay.
Nice.
All right. Now, if you got any, if you got any way you feeling about them, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Number 1. All
Yeah.
right. No. You're
Yeah.
very fun. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Now, here's the nutritional info, folks, just like you asked for. It's full of fat, bad fat, trans fats. To get this being alive shit over with. Who needs breath when you'll never spend it pursuing joy? Okay. All right. We're together. We're good. Okay. Now, I answered the first 4 of your questions. That's all that you have. But I did also want to let you know, we had a couple ideas for the shape of the cereal. It's just little number 1s, totally alone. Never the number 2. Never, ever the number 2, forever. It's only just the number 1. Also, we coat them in a little hydrophobic coating so that they can never touch each other when they're in the milk. Not ever, not ever, not ever. They are separate. They can move about near, but always out of reach. Also, and lastly, friends, our shards of cornmeal are shapened by our professional alones. They'll ruin your mouth. So even if you did know what to say to her, now you can't.
Yay! There's a lot of yays in this show. I need to express that pain in a different word somehow. I'm not sure what it is though. Thank you, Ben. Yeah. So I may have consciously made this decision after those 2 to push far away from the thought. A little palate cleanser, is if you will, if you shall. with yours, Jordan. Let's just hear a gosh darn serial themed around air travel. No more sadness of relationships.
I love air travel and I love relationships. So I'm really happy that you shared those things. That captured the kind of the anxiety around having an unrequited crush. I really appreciate that.
Oh, they can't know. They still can't know.
They still can't know.
Meredith Pratt.
Oh.
You can never know.
Oh, no.
What a beautiful name. Yeah.
Well, they
She was
probably
lovely.
knew.
Yeah, yeah.
No. You think so?
12-year-old me.
Oh yeah, they knew.
I think
and
she
they were
also knew.
avoiding it.
Oh, well,
Do you like air travel?
sure.
Do you like going to the airport? Do you like entrusting your suitcase of hastily packed clothing and drugs to a system of mechanical wizardry managed by well-meaning but half-witted orcs? Look, I appreciate all of the employees of the airport. It's just an approach. Okay, do you enjoy the mutual distrust and cynicism of airport employees and airline passengers?
Sure.
In the stressful anticipation of being bottled into a tube and miraculously shuttled through the air to attend a wedding of a friend you'll likely never see again, or a business conference in an industry that seems made up, or perhaps to visit your aunt for the last time. Do you enjoy the conveniences of snacks offered to you as you attempt to sleep in an upright position in a highly crowded, narrow tube of a room in which a blathering swarm of humanity, tamed but not entirely docile, somehow ferociously and passively competes for a scrap of comfort, while a woman now 10 years out from her finding herself after college, like an angel of the Most High, demands your compliance as your resurrected soul careens through the atmosphere on its way to one of the gates of the afterlife, and then offers your fat face a dose of sugar and salt, then to collect your trash, like a hospitalized lump of flesh. It's rather convenient. Don't you enjoy it?
Yeah.
Well, now enjoy air travel cereal, where you can experience the modern wonders of the airport and the plane cabin in your own home, now in cereal form. The aluminum tube of cereal comes with several prepackaged airtight bags of delicious Chex-like and Cheerios-like food product, now in 5 exciting shapes. Hard, non-reclining airline seat shape, keep the window closed shape, already full overhead compartment shape, drink and snack cart hitting your knee shape, and blood clot forming in the legs shape. But wait, there's more. Have you forgotten the experience of entering the airport? Join the air travel cereal mascot to recall the indignity of allowing your whole person to be x-rayed and padded up. TSAE is ready to help you through your journey. He's got a bright blue uniform and big hands with blue neoprene gloves on. He'll make sure to feel you up in all the right places to make sure you aren't a terrorist. Because what would air travel be without an employee of the federal government feeling you up? Oops, don't let your cereal fall out of your carry container. Air travel cereal now comes with removable panels so you can experience the thrill of the newly updated Boeing 737 MAX with door panels that come off mid-flight.
Yay. There it is. Oh. Jordan now has the in-person punctuation that I can. Oh, that means you're done. Well done. Good. Thank you. That's what I missed. It's what I missed on the screen. Oh, I don't.
What?
Some things
I
are.
don't know
I
what's
don't know.
going-
What's going? Everything okay?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
All right. There, you made me have to edit. Way to go. Moving on. Thank you guys for all of your delicious, sad cereal. Moving on to segment 4, it's Review It. I don't know how people can trust reviews. Reviews are written by people. And have you met any of those? They're just the craps. But reviews are a huge part of how people decide what to buy and where to go, so I guess people can blindly put their trust in anyone, so long as it confirms their desires to go a certain somewhere or buy a certain brand of thing. And in review it, our panelists have been given the task of giving us their reviews of specific things as their reviews would appear on these specific outlets. It makes sense. Dayna, let's hear a TripAdvisor. Dayna, let's hear a TripAdvisor review of running errands on your day off.
Okay. Traveler rating, average 3 bubbles. I really wanted to give this trip 1 bubble, but I realized I did this to myself, so I can't fault the trip for most of the things I didn't like. The trip really felt less like a vacation and more like I was just working, but like a different job. I should have just gone in the office instead, because at least I would have gotten paid for all the work. My bed was comfortable enough, but due to my normal weekday routine, my brain refused to let me sleep in as late as I wanted, so I got started early. The food was decent enough. I mean, for a Wendy's drive-thru that I had to like rush through in between a visit to the DMV and the pharmacy. Can I just point out that it would be more efficient if the Starbucks app would let me order my drink ahead of time from a Safeway location, because every time I tell myself, I'll come back when I'm done with my groceries, I don't ever come back.
Yep.
I would be willing to pay more for some more private experiences. There are way too many people in a Costco, even at 11 a.m. on a Wednesday.
Well,
I do recommend taking this trip solo, because as much as you may love your significant other and want them with you all the time, they are only a distraction. You will not get things done fast enough. I really wish I wasn't responsible for my own transportation on this trip, because then I could drink heavily to dull the pain.
sure.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I've been on that trip. It's terrible. Thank you, Dayna. Ben, are we working on this one or the following? All right. All right. Well, you know what? That's how the Stab Show works. It's done once you start reading it.
I know.
And only then, only barely. It can still change. It can still evolve as you're. Okay.
Totally not the 8th syllable I'm about to say. Yeah.
No. Hey, Ben. Let's hear.
Jesse.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey there. Ben.
Me.
Us.
You.
Let's hear a
Together.
Yelp review of
Sure.
an ex's apartment.
No. It smells like her when I'm there. 5 stars. Yay. That's good. That's good. Let me bang her there. 5, I tried my best. The walls are stained with our love. 5 core memories. Shower is very masturbatable. 5, I fed the drains. You looked at him to see if that was funny. Oh, did you? Oh, you're on date 3. Please don't already know that about him. Okay, all right, next thing. Still has my cameras in it. 5 perpetual observations. That's all.
Yeah. Well,
Hey.
thank you. You guys got more information about the crowd than I did while I was getting drinks.
Yep.
For 1/3 of the. You know what?
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Jordan. Sorry, I'm sundowning.
I'm sundowning.
Jordan Gannon, you've got a review. One would assume. Let's hear a car and driver review of little kids running around making vroom noises.
Vroom. Bottled energy. Little kids at play. Handle well but lack modern sophistication and reliability. Rating 6.5 out of 10. There's a new breed of dynamo racing through the living rooms and backyards of America. The little kid. These pint-sized powerhouses offer a driving experience that's pure, unadulterated fun. But experienced drivers will note that these little kids lack modern amenities we've come to expect. There's no option for a turbocharged engine or a high-tech infotainment system in these little ones, and practical efficiency is out of the question. Performance and handling. From the moment they put socked feet to the hardwood, these mini speedsters are off with a burst of energy that rivals the most powerful supercars. but ultimately disappoints in practical efficiency. Storage and towing capacity are virtually nil, and room for other riders is strictly imaginary. All models are powered by analog and invisible components. But control is precise, if generally underpowered. This reviewer notes that each model of the off the line is highly individualized, with broad variation in performance and handling. The enthusiasm of their vroom noises is infectious, a roaring symphony of imagination that propels them through tight corners and straightaways with ease. But don't expect quick turnaround on tasks you've politely asked them to complete more than once. Safety and reliability. While high-speed chases around the coffee table might seem precarious, these young drivers do not generally achieve speeds that could lead to significant risk. Occasional tumbles are met with quick recoveries and laughter, but this laughter does not get the job done when it comes to reliably doing what they've been told. Especially when I've told them multiple times, it's not time for cars, it's time to eat and to set the table. Verdict. 6.5 out of 10 for these little drivers. Vrooming around the kitchen is an imaginative exploit that captures the essence of what it means to drive and may satisfy some young, unlicensed drivers out there. Just beware the vicissitudes of market pressure, as some kids may soon find interest elsewhere, in playing video games or with Ninja Turtle toys. And your expensive new kid will end up a showpiece, taking up expensive time and energy that could otherwise be supported by more reliable and more powerful models that will do what you tell them when you tell them. Reviewed here. For instance, the Ford Bronco Raptor. Beware of resellers.
Oh. Yeah. I didn't think about the aftermarket value. Oh. Yeah.
We take that out back.
Yeah, let's just see. All right.
You give me difficult, risque topics sometimes, you know, and
I
it's
mean,
just my own mind that takes me into a place that I shouldn't be.
No.
And
you're not wrong. But what is wrong is, it's segment 5. It's the final segment. I know. But we've got 2 more shows, so you can stick around. You have options. Segment 5, it's new fall lineup. While it's a baking hellscape outside, our best bet is to hole up indoors. Test the city's power grid with as much AC as SMUD will allow us, and turn on the tube. TV will once again protect us from the outside world, as it always has, and as it always will. We love you, TV! In new fall lineup, you've been asked to give us your rundowns of the following new TV series based on these randomly generated titles, skimmed from the various random title generators over at seventhsanctum.com. Dayna Bryant, let's hear a rundown of your new television series, Creation Stars.
Cultures of the world cannot agree on how the world was actually made. Creation myths abound. This new reality TV competition show will finally provide an answer to how was the world really made. Each creation myth will be represented by one representative contestant, and each of those contestants will compete in some seriously ridiculous challenges to prove what really made the world. Who is going to win? These challenges include things like they can make the world, but can they eat 100 hot dogs the fastest? Do they know the names of every single Kardashian? And who can bake the fluffiest croissants? Yeah. Tune in each week as someone new is eliminated. And who will be eliminated this week? Is it that weird Scandinavian guy who killed an ice giant? Or is that dude who thinks flooding the earth just sounded kind of fun?
Yeah.
Or maybe that lady who birthed a bunch of monsters because she banged her own son. But you know what? This is all real.
Yeah.
But you know what? The challenges and the eliminations aren't the only fun of this show, because everybody knows that ancient immortal deities are some of the horniest folks you've ever met. See who hooks up, breaks up, or get stuck in a messy love triangle. Looking at you, Zeus. So don't miss Creation Stars, because why answer millennia's old questions using science and culture when you can do it with a nonsensical reality TV show? Brought to you by the same people that do The Bachelor.
Sure. Thank you, Dayna. Oh, so good. I'm just realizing, you guys have probably been confused this entire time. We did change the format a little bit, but we were supposed to still have introduced you after segment 1. I didn't. It was supposed to be reorganization, then let's meet the panel, and I just barreled straight past that.
Twice.
Yeah, it's
Double time.
So I'm wondering if I do an intro now and then edit it in later, or if this is just the way it is.
What is going on?
I don't know, Jordan.
You know,
I don't know. I'm figuring out the edits live in person.
Do you want us to mark the audio here? What's going on?
Let's just assume that this was a trial of a new format, and I'll go back to it next time. So we'll just say, well done, Dayna. How can people get more Dayna Bryant in their world? What are you up to? What's some sort of socials? Give us all that information now.
I perform every month with the sketch comedy group Squad Patrol on the second Saturday, so that's actually next Saturday the 13th
yes.
at 7:30 at the Sacramento Comedy Spot. It's our cat show, so if you like sketches about cats, that's the place to be.
Yeah. It's always the cat show
Yes.
at Squad Patrol. And where can people follow you?
Probably not anywhere, because I locked down my socials because I'm afraid of strangers.
That's fair. That's entirely fair. Well, thank you, Dayna. So good. You know what? This is working out. I shouldn't say anything, because now I'm going to have to edit this out, too. But this is going to work. This is going to work. Thank you, Dayna. So good. Hey, Ben Warheit.
Jesse Pinkman. Jesse.
Hi. Let's hear what you've got in way of a new fall television series titled Humiliation Investigation.
Soft pastel colored carpeting. White lights on the white wicker. Turquoise. A matching chair large enough to be comfortable, small enough to cede room to your host. Welcome to Humiliation Investigation. We're here together to explore why they were right. You're wrong, and you've always been wrong. Okay, I want you to sit wherever it is that you are. I want you to feel the weight of your eyelids getting heavier and heavier. I want you to feel that. Studio audience. Feel them get heavy enough that they close. I want them to close. I want them to close.
I was
what
already
I want to occur is them to close. That's good. Okay. And let's start this week as we start every week. I want you to focus on your flaws. Your many, many, many flaws. All of your flaws are a mountain. I want you to imagine yourself inside that mountain. Your body is encased in what defines you. Your flaws. Now there's an avalanche. A wall of your flaws. A wall of what you're bad at. Hurtling toward you so fast, you know you can't move away. And so large that it's all you can see. I need you to know that you are wrong to feel good. I need you to know that you cannot contribute. I need you to know that you are bad, and you are bad at things. Your mom is nice to you only because her friends would judge her if she wasn't. And your mom does care about her friends. I want you to think about what you said and why it was dumb. Focus on your flaws. Return to your flaws. Return to your flaws. We may get to all of them today, and that's okay. When was the last time you finished something anyway? Breathe in. And now breathe out. You're worthless. You're worthless, and anybody who did like you, even for the briefest of moments, was wrong. You're the answer to no one's question. When you leave, people relax. The way you walk is dumb, and no one tells you. They don't tell you because they want to laugh at it. They want to laugh at how you walk. Okay, folks. We're going to gently remove ourselves from this peaceful knowing what's wrong with you. I hope you take these with you. I hope you carry them with you throughout your week. I want you to hold them close. I want you to let them in. I want you to look toward yourself and know you are a mistake. Love will not come. You are bad, and you are bad at things.
Yeah, everyone can open their eyes, but why would you?
Yeah. Is there anything good out there?
Yeah, because waiting right outside those eyelids is literally everything.
Right. You would be safe closing your eyes, but you're no good in that.
No. What a big, dumb
How's
dummy.
everybody doing?
So good. So good. You know what? I'm glad I came in with such a positive mental mindset today.
Yeah.
I haven't been thinking almost all of these things all day already. So this is good for me.
Yeah. When I was writing it, I felt very comfortable. I felt very uncomfortable when I was like I am a mistake. Love will never find me. That made me feel bad. But whenever I was like, you are a mistake.
Yeah.
You will never.
Somehow.
I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that feels good. That
Somehow
feels
that
good
helps.
and right.
Yeah.
Somehow.
I don't know. When I tell myself these things, I'm like, yeah, you're right. But when he tells me those things, I'm like, you can't tell me what to do.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree.
Exactly.
I disagree with these words unless they're coming from inside my own head.
Right?
You were wrong to
Nobody
feel
makes
good.
fun of me but me.
Yeah. Oh, gosh darn it. Ben Warheit,
Jesse!
hey, what are you up to? What things do you do? Where can people see you? And then on social media, that sort of stuff. Give us the Ben Warheit.
I'm at my sister's. She's cool. I'm at my house. I moved rooms.
Oh.
Moved rooms. It's good.
Nice.
Now I got it all, and I paid $100, and it's red. I do bills. I play lacrosse. I worry about my hair. Thanks for nodding on that. Yeah, you're right. You're right to feel wrong. What am I doing? I go here. I help out at the open mics here every only Thursday, beginning at 8:30 in the p.m. And where a lot of people like us try things out, and they go how they go, which is often good.
Sure.
And I teach kids. That's good. That's fun. That's responsible. My social media is Ben Warheit here. It's not at anything. I said it like there's an at afterwards.
Yeah.
And I don't. What do you want? What do you want from me?
That's plenty.
Oh,
What
I'm
could I
sorry.
want? What could I want,
What
and
could you
why would
want?
it matter? Because any of my wants are irrelevant.
Right.
Yeah.
You are wrong to think that you're mad.
Oh, you can just stop and think.
I
You're
just-
wrong to think.
I want you to find in you where you feel bad.
Oh, that's there. Oh.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ben. Hey, Jordan Gannon, speaking at you in the same shared three-dimensional space. Hi there. Oh, that's not helpful.
Not a good idea.
Oh no. He's rebelling against the entire format.
You're the one.
Jordan, before you wrap up,
I gotta say that was a difficult thing to endure. That was rather difficult.
Yes.
It was painful.
yeah.
Yeah?
You put the thing. You said it. Comedy is dangerous. You reveal some of the darkest things, and
Yeah.
you put them on us like a spell.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a spell.
It's whatever affirmations aren't. I just kept writing those. It was a really good time. Yeah. I hope you feel.
Be careful what you let into your mind.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, we come here for comedy uplifting, and it's
Do we?
No, do we? I don't.
Yeah. Jordan,
No. This place. Yeah.
I want to encourage you to tell people about things that you do and how that people can enjoy
I could not
you.
give an account of myself if I tried.
But those aren't things. Those aren't them not possible to find Jordan doing things in person or online. So it seems irrelevant. So I won't. But I did, and you can. But
You seem to be leaving the door open, just a smidge or wide open.
Yeah.
But there is. I'm right here. Welcome.
Well, I'm super duper pleased that you deigned to join us in person.
It was a trial. It was a little bit of an ordeal.
Well, I appreciate
I
it.
had to take the wagon down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
There's the Feather River and the Sacramento River.
And I feel very, very special.
I had to ford.
That-
Chose to ford.
oh, okay.
Wrong choice. There's a bridge. Could have driven across.
Sure. There was the ferry as well. Thank you, Jordan. How about you wrap up this gosh darn program? We are still fall lineupping. Let's hear your rundown of your new television series, Genuine Histories of the Southern Space Force.
This is not my rundown of a show. This is a show I saw, and look, I don't approve of this show. Look, in the not-so-distant future, the South has risen again into outer space. Stationed on the cutting-edge starbase Magnolia, the crew of the SSF is tasked with maintaining a highly stratified and strict social order in the southern quadrant of the Milky Way, defending their right to life, liberty, and a uniquely space Jeffersonian way of life. This is terrible. The southern quadrant of the Milky Way is a loose confederation of planets where estate owners replace and improve indigenous alien flora and fauna and farm each planet for space tobacco and space cotton. Funded and facilitated by the trade of space slaves. The Southern Space Force is the ragtag army of mercenary soldiers and conscripted men and aliens whose mission often go hilariously awry due to the crew's colorful personalities. Join Captain Space Regard Jackson, Jefferson Space Lee, and Space Duke Roberts, and their crew of white galacticists in missions in which they encounter mysterious black holes, defend themselves against dark matter and dark energy, and strive to maintain a way of life worth defending. Look. Look, this show is on, I guess it's on UPN. Look, my thought was that it was going to be a direct, moralizing kind of show about the evils of the South, but the show creators here took it in a different direction. They're really siding with the SSF, going to pains to show that, like, for instance, the space tobacco and space cotton really grow really well on each of the planets they've colonized. And then again, I personally find this reprehensible insofar as it's a proxy, right? Like all art is political, has its political valence, and it's leaning and meaning, right? Sure. So anyway, the space slaves, they go out of their way to really make the case that they the space slaves, they're treated well and that they like the work and how they fit into the structure of the galactic southern part of the Milky Way.
No.
You know, there's several poignant episodes where like galactic northerners, look again, I don't understand if this makes sense, free them, and they're like, no, we are genetically engineered to be like space slaves. And so they're like, I don't know if you've seen Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Sure.
You know, the Jem'Hadar, you know, that's
Oh,
a
well,
race
yeah.
of slaves that they can't escape the Jem'Hadar. What do you call it? The Dominion Empire.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, that's how this show is portrayed, and which makes you wonder who greenlit this show. Like, what's it about? I mean, obviously, it's reprehensible. I'm just reporting it as it is. So, each episode blends comedic and dramatic elements, focusing on the crew's latest mission, interspersed with personal subplots and character development. From negotiating space treaties with alien races to dealing with interstellar phenomena, the show combines high-stakes adventure and heartfelt moments with a healthy dose of Southern charm.
Yeah, that's how that went.
Look, in editing, you can just take this one out.
Thank you,
Look,
Jordan.
I didn't write the show.
Oh, no, I mean, you're just reporting. Thank you, Jordan. And the Stab Show is over. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And, of course, a very special thank you to our amazing panel, Dayna Bryant, Ben Warheit, and in-person Jordan Gannon. Now, want to experience the Stab Show live as it happens? Just come on down to Stab Comedy Theater Friday nights at 7:30, and it's yours. Or, if you'd like to just tune in to Stab TV on Twitch from the comfort of your own home and enjoy the show that way, that's also an option. Of course, you can always get the Stab Show in its natural podcast form simply by subscribing via the podcast provider of your choice. Like, comment, and share with a friend, why don't you? But unfortunately, that's all we've got for you tonight. So until next time, I've been your host, Jesse Jones, reminding you to do your best to do your best. And then no one can say later that you didn't at least do that much. Right? Sure. Good night. All right, everybody. So good. So good. Well done. Thank you. You folk can continue your night with us if you'd like. We got a show starting in about 20 minutes. It's Warm Takes. It's stand-up that starts with prepared material and then wanders off into some riffing. Sorry. My throat decided to close up right then. Or we've got Say Yes at 10. It's a drag talk show. Of course it is. So thanks for joining us. I need to get to water immediately. Warm Takes will begin in about 20, or as quickly as I can reset the stage. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you again. Oh, I'll get over there. Thank you. What?
Do you know what's worth fighting for when it's not worth dying for? Does it take your breath away and you feel yourself suffocating? Does the pain weigh out the pride and you look for a place to hide? Did someone break your heart inside? You're in ruin. 121 guns, lay down your arms, give up the fight. 121 guns, throw up your arms into the sky. You and I. When you're at the end of the road and you lost all sense of control and your thoughts have taken their toll, when your mind breaks the spirit of your soul, your faith walks on broken glass and the hangover doesn't pass. Nothing's ever built to last. You're in ruins. 121 guns, lay down your arms, give up the fight. 121 guns, throw up your arms into the sky. You and I. Did you try to live on your own when you burned down the house and home? Did you stand too close to the fire like a liar looking for forgiveness from a stone? When it's time to live and let die, and you can't get another try, something inside this heart has died. You're in ruins. 121 guns, lay down your arms, give up the fight. 121 guns, throw up your arms into the sky. 121 guns, lay down your arms, give up the fight. 121 guns, throw up your arms into the sky.
Are you
You
dead?
and I.
Stay where you're laying. Don't make a sound. I know they're watching. They're watching all the commotion. The kitty like play has people talking. They're talking. Your sex is on fire. Dark of the alley, breaking of day. Ahead while I'm driving. I'm driving. Soft lips are open. Knuckles are pale. Feels like you're dying. You're dying. Your sex is on fire. Consumed with what's to transpire. Hot as a fever, rattling bones. I can just taste it.
Yeah, he's
Taste it. It's not forever. If it's just a night, oh, it's still the greatest. The greatest. The greatest. Your sex is on fire. And your sex is on fire. Consumed with what's to transpire. And your sex is on fire. Consumed with what's to transpire.
listen to fools. Hey. I watched all the dropouts who make their own rules. One person conditioned to rule and control. Hey, and the media sells it. Oh, and you play the role. Oh, mental wounds not healing. Life's a bit of shame. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. I know that things are going wrong for me. Well, you gotta listen to my
We're professionals.
hands of a cold war. That's what we've become. Inherited trouble. I'm mentally numb. Oh, crazy. I just cannot bear. Hey, I'm living with something. Oh, that just isn't fair. Oh, mental wounds not healing. Who and what's to blame? Going off the rails on a crazy train. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. On a crazy train. Crazy train. On a crazy train. The
Oh no. I had not. Oh shit.
Today is gonna be the day that you're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you got to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. About you now. Backbeat, the wood is on the street, that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure.
Welcome to the Stab Comedy Theater. It's time for Warm Takes. Please welcome to the stage one of your hosts for the evening. It's Emma Haney.
Oh. You guys can sit in the chairs. You can sit in the chairs, you can get in, get comfortable, buckle up. How are you guys doing tonight? Welcome to Warm Takes. Woo! How are you guys feeling? You two? Good? You're great, good. You're the only non-comics here. That's why I had to ask. Do you do comedy? Okay, all right. So first rule of the show, everyone pipes down in the audience. No one talks. No, I'm just kidding. Have you guys seen warm takes before? I'm guessing no, because I've never. All right, I'll explain to you what it is. Yeah, give it up for the first timers, you guys. So warm takes is a show where I have like 3 comics up. We each do like 2 to 3 minutes of our normal material, and then we will be hosting. This is Cameron, my co-host for the evening. Give it up for Cameron Betts. You can speak into the mic. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. How is everybody here feeling?
Yeah. So we have comics come up here. They do a couple minutes of their own material, and then from the second mic, we feed them random questions, topics, and they riff off of them. We call it warm takes because they're not always the best. They're not a hot take, but you know, this is a very supportive audience, right? Right? So I'll give you an example. Are you guys ready for the jokes part? I can hear you talking. It's not, we don't have that many people. I mean, audience at home, this place is packed. It's bumper to bumper audience in here. The show is picking up speed. I love it. You ready for the jokes part? Okay. Where should I start? I want to do my new stuff, but I don't know. What do you think, Cameron? Do the new stuff?
Do new stuff. Do new stuff.
All right. So I haven't been drinking, you guys. Been sober for like 3 weeks. Yeah, don't clap for that. It's California sober. It's not. I still have a vice. It's weird if I don't, you know. And I don't trust anybody who doesn't do anything. That's strange. But I had to cut back on drinking a little bit because I came home a few months ago to like totally blackout drunk. Don't remember how I got home. Don't remember the night. It was wild. And in the house that I live at, we have like switchback stairs. Do you guys know switchback? You go up. There's a landing. You go up again. You know how stairs be. Just going up and shit. And when I woke up the next day, I had passed out on the landing. Like I didn't even make it to the top of the stairs. And like, I don't know what I was thinking in like my drunken stupor, if I was just like, well, I guess I'll make base camp here and try for the summit tomorrow. Was that good? Does that have legs? You guys think drop it, keep it? You like it? Okay, cool. Give it up for me for being so brave. I think I'm ready to riff now.
Hey, Emma.
Yeah, what's up, C?
How do you feel about jumping up and clicking your heels?
As a person of the big breast persuasion, I'm not a fan of jumping at all, unless it's alone in my room. So clicking, I honestly physically do not think I could jump up and click my heels. Do you guys think I can? You guys want to take a bet? I'm not gonna do it. You guys are wild. I'm not gonna. This is so us. Give me the next one.
I'm gonna stay hot on this. Don't worry.
On the jumping?
Yeah, on the jumping.
Just jump on stage.
Hey Emma, how do you feel about adult proms?
Adult proms?
Yeah.
Kind of weird. I don't know. I've never really thought. Well, I went to an adult prom last year during Pride Month. They had a gay prom, and I went, and I stood outside smoking weed like I did at my prom. So it was really like no difference. People are like, "Let's go dance," and I'm like, "Nah, I'm cool, man. I'm just gonna chill."
How was gay prom? As a straight man, my dream has always been invite.
Well, you can buy tickets. It's at Ace of Spades. You don't have to be invited.
Oh, well.
You don't have to be a part of like the class. Everybody goes. Oh. It's like Faces. There's more straight men there than gay people. Have you guys been to Faces? That's accurate.
Hey, Emma, if not for red, yellow, and green, what color should stoplights be?
That's such a weird question. Black, right? You can't have black. That's like stop. Would that be stop? If I had to, so I have to like correlate the colors with what is like, black is stop. Medium, like, come on, guys, would be like a puce. You know what a puce color is? It's like a pink, I think. And then go, like go, 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 go. I think that would be like orange, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know.
What
would your colors be?
Orange.
Orange. All right. I'll do one more riff. Lay it on me.
Do you have a favorite utensil?
A favorite utensil? I like forks. Forks are always solid. They're good. You can cut, you can poke, you can scoop. It's pretty solid. Unless you're eating soup, you can't really do that. But sporks, I only had a spork at Taco Bell. I don't know. That's the only place I've ever had a spork at.
Is it like a bad sign of adult? Is it a good or bad sign of adulthood if at your house you have like metal adult-sized sporks? You know what I mean? Like you're somebody.
I think that's just someone who's prepared, and it's good. Because, like, you never know. Someone could be like, I need a spork. I got that noodle soup. Got to poke it. And you guys, this isn't a great example. They're still talking in the back. We can hear you, y'all. Maybe do one more topic, and then I'll switch it up. So I do at least, like, 6 minutes.
How do you feel about convertible cars?
Not a fan. What are you trying to prove? Who's trying to have their hair blow that much? I don't like it. I don't like hearing their music. It's annoying. You can hear it. It's always yacht rock. I feel like, which I'm a fan of. I like yacht rock, but not everybody does. Okay. Well, you guys, that's kind of how the show's going to go. Did you like that? You get it? Awesome. Are you ready for your next comic? You guys can do better than that. Are you ready for your next comic tonight? Come on. Our next comic hosts a show here. It's called Scene Kids on what, third Saturdays? One of the Saturdays? Second Saturday. You guys give it up for Michelle Petro, everybody.
Hello. Hi. I'm not used to this stand because I'm better at the riffing part than the stand-up part. But I do have to talk to you about, I do have a joke prepared. I did, because that's the format of the show. So does anyone here have a gum with them? Perfect. How do you feel about they giving me a piece? Okay, so you don't have extra piece on you. You're one of those people that like, so I kind of equate like gum chewers with like cigarette smokers. Like, I don't smoke cigarettes, people say, but I definitely chew gum. And I usually like to have a lot of it. So the other day it was like my last piece of gum. And I'm always really intentional about my last piece of gum, you know? And it got me thinking, like, this is how people who smoke cigarettes feel, I guess, about their last cigarette in their pack. And like, you know how, I don't know, like, but I am also that person that sharks around like, can I bum a smoke? And people are so generous giving me cigarettes, less generous with gum. I know that's, there's deeper seated reasons, but I don't know, like, I feel too, like when I buy those like giant, you know, those like Escalade version packs you can get at Target that has like 50 pieces, and you're going to parties, like Belle of the Ball, just like, take a piece. I don't know if people like buy cartons and do that with like their friends at parties, big cartons, but like people that buy like big cartons of gum and like people that buy big cartons of cigarette, that's where the similarity ends, I feel like, in my book. Yes, thank you. That's my prepared joke.
Right. That's good. That's good. They don't sell cartons of cigarettes anymore.
See?
I know. It's probably good, but
Big
it's not.
TMJ is going to start busting down on big packs of gum, you know? 10 pieces or less.
Yeah. All right. If you could be any age for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Oh, that's okay. So it's hard to say, only living 36 and a quarter of them. It's hard to say for sure the real number, but so far I feel like 30 would be great. My joints were still kind of loose, you know. Yeah, 30 would have been, yeah, like had good hair. My collagen was still like full. I hadn't broken my Achilles yet or torn it, you know. Yeah, like after that, it's like you're a lemon. Like everything starts to kind of hurt and fall apart after that kind of injury.
Hey, would you rather your life be like a romance novel or a mystery novel?
Mystery novel, okay? Love is everywhere, and love is how we like operate and like live in the world. So there's gonna be love. So mystery novel for sure, because hello, great outfits, great locations, stimulating mind, body, soul. Celestial, we don't know. It's a mystery. I'm in.
What?
Thanks for the stats.
That's good. What is the worst food of all time for you?
Oh, worst food of all time. Probably like, this is controversial, but it's because of my own food allergy. So it would have to be like every ingredient, like everything I would eat had like tofu in it or somehow. Like, yeah.
So soy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I have a follow. I'm sorry, Cameron.
Hey.
First time. A follow-up
Hey.
question here. Does this apply also to like soybeans? Like if you go to
Yes.
a sushi restaurant,
Yes.
fresh off the table.
Yes.
This is
Just like
hard line.
glue in my guts. Awful. It's real bad.
It is.
Bad news.
I'm not here to fight with you. I'm just trying to get the facts.
Cameron, thank you.
I got so distracted by my soy question, I forgot what my follow-up was going to be. Oh yeah, how do you feel about dance contests?
I love dance contests. People who feel like dance in their heart and then want to express it. Yeah, let's do it. And then just like competition based, when it's all good fun and games and everybody's like a good person about it. I love competitions.
Yeah.
I'm tenor. If I saw a dance competition happening on the street, I would slow down. I would take a look. You know, I would rubberneck for a little.
Mm-hmm.
And if it kept my attention, I'd stay. And if I could vote, I would vote.
Yeah. Do you break into dance with them?
That we could break down the context of if I would or not in more detail.
Yeah,
if
we should.
need.
We have a couple minutes.
Great. Shoe wear, important.
Yeah.
Time of day, important. Type of dance, important. Length of time, an important detail.
I feel like that's all your choice in a dance contest, though.
Well, not if
you're
I'm
just walking
stumbling
in.
upon
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
But if I were to be in it,
Yeah.
yeah, I've been a part of it. Like, I've been a part of amateur dance competitions and different things before. So
How'd you fare?
it was the kind of, I think, where there really weren't actual winners.
Expand on that.
They were
please.
actually just variety comedy shows.
Oh, okay.
So with dancing involved.
Yeah, I always had this weird pipe dream with dancing that one day I was gonna learn how to like fucking.
You have rhythm in your heart.
In my
Emma.
yeah.
We all do. We
No,
all do.
no.
Everybody can dance. Everybody can sing.
No, but I mean
That
like
is
that
a
cool
huge
dancing.
human thing. No. Singing is just sustained talking. We all know this.
Do you have a
And
go-to
everybody
karaoke
has their
song?
note that works. What was
Go-to
that?
karaoke song.
Oh, go-to karaoke song. I have a notes app. I have a note that is just like a list of all my karaoke songs. But shit, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have one that's specific. But I have like I want to sing Olivia Rodrigo's American Bitch. All American, was that it? All American Bitch. Yeah, that's one that I want. That's one that I that I want to go sing at karaoke soon. And I just haven't had the like want to be in a karaoke bar enough to go sing it. Yeah.
Fair enough. This is Cameron again. This
Oh,
is going
I-
to be your
hi,
This is
okay.
going to be your last one.
Okay.
What is your least favorite sound?
Oh dear. The sound of people talking at me that I don't want to be speaking to me.
Like talking at you.
I'm a recluse.
Okay.
This was a lot for me. I look nice and cuddly, just like cute rescue dog. I will startle. That's a joke. 2. No, but really, I think my least favorite sound is probably the like ringing in your ear that you get when like you crunch on something. Like,
Oh, yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
Like, has that ever happened?
I think that means you have a tumor.
Oh,
I don't think that's good.
Oh, I'm like actively avoiding the doctor. So that's great to know. It's great to know.
You
Thank
guys,
you.
give it up for Michelle,
Thanks,
everybody. All right. Listen, are you guys ready for your next performer tonight? Yeah, you guys, he's been getting on the mic a little bit. He's a great guy. Give it up for Cameron Betts, everybody.
All right. This is Cameron. I'm Cameron. Nice to see you guys. All right. We're supposed to start with a joke. Why do they call them slacks? They work just as hard as other pants.
Oh, good grief.
I wrote that joke when I was 17. I'm so proud of that joke. I'm horribly proud of that joke. We weren't talking about pants. We weren't talking about jokes. Nothing was happening. I was touched by God with that. That was the only gift from above was, why do we call them slacks? They work just as hard as other pants. I truly believe that's a great joke. You all laugh, so you do in your heart of hearts as well. So
I wish when you started saying that, you were like, I wrote this when I was 7. I'm like, teen years old. And I was like, oh, no.
just out here killing
I
it.
like it. It's great. First question, or did you have more?
I was just going to talk
Oh,
about my
yeah.
son
Sorry.
shitting
You keep
himself, if
going.
you
I'm
guys
sorry.
wanna-
Yeah.
Does anybody here have kids? Any of you guys have kids? No? Do you guys have pets? Anybody? Same thing. Don't let anybody tell you different. It's the same thing. You ever watered somebody's like plant before? You get it. Look, I'm not gonna bore you with nobody prepares you for parenthood, but nobody prepared me for eye contact with somebody actively shitting themselves, like aggressively at you. And like my wife is Portuguese, and my son got none of those genes. He looks just like me. It's just the great white hope, 2 feet tall, baby blue eyes, just full eye contact. And I love him so much. I didn't expect to do that, and I apologize. I'm gonna say that right now. I didn't mean to pretend to or did I really shit? We'll find out. Okay. Gonna put my costume back on. What's going on, Emma?
What's up? First question, what's up with the sunglasses?
I honestly, look, nobody says it. Unabomber, obviously. Nobody ever says like you look like a young Unabomber or like you look like a handsome Unabomber. It's just blanket Unabomber, which is a little frustrating. But in all honesty, I was always taken by Tom York from a little band called Radiohead. You might have heard of them. But he just once talked about he was like, look, fame is dumb, but he's like, one of the best parts about being famous is you get to wear sunglasses inside. And I was like, I'm famous now, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah. I would do it for the spotlight because it's really bright.
It also is incredibly helpful for the spotlight.
You have light eyes like I do, and we're gonna get cataracts. I hope you know.
I have very light eyes, and I didn't start using sunglasses until I was like 29 years old. So I spent like the first 14 years of driving just like, oh my God, like just driving, almost hitting people, like never looking at the road. And then one day I bought a pair of Ray-Bans. Oh, this is how you not endanger people's lives.
I was a delivery driver for 13 years. And I never wore sunglasses.
13 years.
Or sunscreen. So I'm going to get cataracts and moles, I guess. That's just my life.
You look great, though.
Thank you. Okay, easy. Ooh, weird question.
Yeah.
Crunchy or smooth peanut butter? Which way are you leaning?
I love a challenge. I go crunchy. It goes with nothing. It's not meant for sandwiches.
Regular crunchy or extreme crunchy?
That's just peanuts, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So that's. it's awful. Like, it's not pleasant. Like, I get the crunch every time I've convinced myself, because my wife likes creamy, and I don't know why I've done this, but I'm like, well, she likes creamy, so I, as the man,
Have to
like
get
the crunchy. And like it spreads like crap. It like hurts you. Like, it could be rough, but I commit.
That's society.
Yeah.
You're right there. Men
You're-
gotta have the crunchy.
That's society, but also you're looking at a peak man, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Cameron,
No one laughed at that because it's not funny. It's just
that's
a
why
fact.
I was about to skip to the next thing. No, Cameron, are you a morning person or a night owl?
I'm horribly both. We have a very young son, and we just got a puppy because we make poor decisions for our life. And they actively don't need sleep. Like, they thrive on my pain, and so I sleep for like 4 hours a night, split up between bed and the couch. And I'm sorry, that's not a funny answer at all. That's not a joke.
No.
That's just the facts
Listen,
of my life.
Warm takes. It's
These
called
are
warm
look, that's a
takes. I
warm
warned him up front, so that's fine.
Well, I came out with a hot take saying that getting a puppy was a poor decision.
Why
so
do you
that's like,
think it
fuck
was a
dogs,
poor
so-
decision? Because we too recently just got a dog, about like a month ago. Well, May 16th was
Yeah,
when
you
I
guys
got.
are in it too.
Yeah,
Do you love him?
Yeah.
Her? Them?
I love him. He's great. He's awesome. What I don't like is what comes with him with talking with people that I don't know. Because they're like, "Can I see him?" And I'm like, oh, "Fuck, I guess." I'm just trying to take him. I'm just trying to take him to shit. Really, we got to talk every time. That's what I don't like. But
so-
he's great. He's beautiful. He's wonderful.
I've seen the photo. Can I see him though? Can I meet him? I want to meet him.
He's not here. It's too hot. I felt it unwise.
That's a smart
Look, now no one's laughing. We're just doing a podcast now.
Yeah, we just want to see
He's-
this dog. Guys, we'll take a break. It's fine.
Oh
We'll
no!
come back to the show.
When I'll pass around a picture. I'll show you guys. He's adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse, can we get that tech or? No, I'm just kidding.
Can you enhance, Jesse?
Cameron, how do you feel about with a new puppy? How was your puppy with the fireworks?
Oh,
yesterday?
my dog didn't give a fuck
See,
about the fireworks.
okay,
It was
I think
great.
it's a thing that people are like, it's bad for it because my dog didn't give a shit either. I think people's dogs are just bitches.
Look,
no.
This is warm takes, but I'm gonna honestly have a hot take right now.
Okay,
that I
that's
think
fine.
may
Let 'em
actually make people
cook.
angry. It bugs me so much when people complain about the noise of the fireworks. Like, it's coming for a full year. You
Yeah.
can make plans to avoid
Mhm.
fireworks. Like, it's not like a miss. It's not like you wake up like, oh my God, is it America's birthday again? Like, it's you see the stands, like you see, and also like you're watching people buy fireworks
Yeah.
everywhere you drive, and it's 100 degrees out, and they're like, how big is this explosion? Like, they want it so they're like, you're watching people make one of the worst decisions you can make for California, and you're still like, I'm gonna complain in a week instead of plan it.
Where did you watch the fireworks at?
Oh, my backyard, because we live in like South Sacramento.
By
near,
the
like,
freeway?
Yeah,
That's where
and
the best fireworks are.
It was wild, and it went from like 8 o'clock till 3 o'clock, like literally like a full fireworks, nonstop, massive explosions.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It sounds like it should be shaking the house, and you're all babies if you complain about that. That's what I'm saying.
That's a hot take,
That's a
y'all.
hot take.
That's a hot take.
I'm so sorry. You're all wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much for coming over. Give it up for yourselves, everybody. Let's do.
Oh, see? Good job. You know how to get... I'm so glad you didn't say give it up for the troops. That's usually how you get them to clap.
Oh, boy.
Do you
I mean,
want...
also, Emma brought it. Give it up for the troops really quick. We're just
Yeah,
not,
give it
let's
up for
not-
the troops. Yeah.
But Emma gets the credit for that.
Yeah, I get the credit for the troops claps, please. Let's do one more. I'm going to recycle one I asked Michelle because you are of the musical persuasion. Go to karaoke song.
Oh,
and
man.
why?
That's a really good one. I honestly, I want to pick something that everybody knows, but honestly, I just pick Money from Cabaret.
Wait. Can you
Which I
give
can't
me-
now. If I don't have the lyrics in front of me and nobody pull them up, can't be done. The internet doesn't exist.
Keep talking
But
while
when
I
have
look it
the
up.
words in front of me, I can remember it. And I don't know what. Just one time I did that, and then I just kept seeing it karaoke for some insane reason. They have this like, it's like a regular in
Yeah.
like some A&R guy went way out of his way and was just like, hey, are you doing Muzak? You're going to need 4 songs from Cabaret in there, and one of them better fucking be Money, Money, Money. Or I'm walking, and I'm taking a band that I thought of off the top of my head just now with me. So
I think the best, so I go to Pine Cove sometimes. Have you guys heard of the Pine Cove local establishment? Give it up, you guys, for local business. I've gone there to watch karaoke a couple times. My favorite karaoke song that I've seen someone do is the song Tequila, because they only have to say something once every minute and a half. And I'm like, how did no one think of this? I've never seen it until I went there. It was awesome.
I'm just going to describe. Look, I'm going to describe. You can all tune out for this. I'm just literally going to describe an internet video I saw once, but it filled me with joy, which was somebody doing that exact thing.
Yeah.
But it was in like a convention hall at like Comic-Con. So like when the guy said tequila, like 3,000 people clapped, and that's got to be the craziest feeling. Like God bless that man. Anyways, YouTube, check it out. It's pretty good.
I hate karaoke because I worked at a karaoke bar in my early 20s for like a straight year, and it was so many old barflies singing Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock, and it was so depressing. That's it. That's all. You guys, give it up for Cameron. Awesome job. My favorite. Are you guys ready for your next? This is a special guest right now. Are you guys ready? He's the owner of the chairs you're sitting in right now. He's the best. Give it up for Jesse Jones.
I don't know about any of the. I mean, the only thing accurate there is yes, I do own those chairs. Bought them from a restaurant that was going out of business 6 years ago. So we've continued their life. Thank you guys. Good to have you. Good to see you. Happy you're here. I don't actually mean that. I mean I do, but I don't. I'm a lot. What matters is so a couple days ago I was on the bus. I wasn't. I don't think I've been on the bus in 15 years. It's a lie. Stand-up's lie. I could say that I did this or that, like recently, yesterday. I could say I did something today. I could say I did something today, and odds are I didn't do it for it was like years ago, like at best, that happened. But I have to be relatable. I have to project spontaneity and relatability. So let's just say I was on the bus recently. You know what? If I'm gonna lie, let's not lie boring. So today, like this afternoon, on my way here, I'll lie. I saw, guys, I shit you not, I saw a Tyrannosaurus Rex driving a detonator yellow 2008 Jeep Wrangler. Yeah. And he was all like, oh, my head is so big and my arms are so small. And I've already got 3 DUIs. And don't let this be the day they take my license away. Because you know how T-Rexes are when they're behind the wheel. This guy understands. You, sir, actually, you look like your mom fucked a T-Rex. Now, I'm not saying you look like your dad's dinosaur. T-Rexes are notoriously T-Rexes are notoriously cautious lovers. They double bag that shit. So I'm not saying your mom was knocked up by a T-Rex. It's just in her carnal repertoire, she fucked a dinosaur. Is what I'm saying. Before or after she met your father, maybe they were separated and she went to a bar and he was just there and they like clicked immediately and she fucked a dinosaur. You just have that look of someone that wasn't really raised with as much passion as someone who hadn't had the experience of making sweet, sweet love to a T-Rex. She never loved anything the same, anything or anyone. How could you? How could you after such a thing? She knew she had to move on, obviously. She knew a relationship between her and a T-Rex would never work. Her parents were super racist. So, but what I mean is you just look like you were raised by someone who never fully recovered. And just didn't give you that same love and attention. When I say you look like you were fucked by a T-Rex. Your mom was fucked by a T-Rex. All right, let's get to the riffing.
Oh, yeah! Woo!
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Jesse.
Hi there.
Are there any toys now that you wish you had when you were a kid?
Oh, wait. Toys now? See, problem is, I don't watch enough children's television to know the current toy commercials. Are there, what's a good, I'm deflecting. What's something, because you're sadly young enough to be my graduated from college children. Yeah, you shut the fuck up. Reality is painful, and you'll live it someday too. What's cool kids' toys right now? Aside from something with a fucking headset and a controller. Oh, Slime's back?
Oh, Slime's back in a big way.
Slime's back?
Yeah.
You can design your own slime? Okay, so I want to say we're the generation that we're the generation that brought slime to the forefront. This is no. Well, no, we're saying slime, like actual slime, like tubs of slime. We're not talking gack. That's bullshit. That came well after.
You're bullshit.
No, we ushered in the era of buying garbage that would just immediately get hair on it, and you would throw away. I never had any slime-based toys when I was a kid, I don't think. The closest I can think is I had a Super Soaker.
Ooh.
When I was this was close to early teen years. This will make sense in a second. That I took to the river. It was full when I took the river, so I'm in the back seat. I'm drinking from the Super Soaker, as you do. And then when you go to the river, you have to refill it. And refill it with river water, obviously. You're shooting. And then we piled back into the car, and absent-mindedly, I was drinking that on the way home from my Super Soaker before realizing, oh, this is river water. This is probably not good. And so I've attributed that to what I think is a very healthy immune system.
Yeah.
I think I really built that up.
Did you get sick from that river water?
I don't think I felt good.
Yeah.
But you never feel good after your first radioactive bite.
Have you had one before?
Well, I mean, I assume I did stupid shit over the years.
Jesse, what's the stupidest thing you've ever done?
Oh, heavens.
Everyone sit down. Buckle up. I feel like this is going to be... He goes to Burning Man and shit. This is going to be good.
I try not to do stupid things. I'm overly cautious, if anything. And that's bad. That leads to not a lot of spontaneity, not a lot of bad choices. So it wasn't a stupid thing, but it's one thing that I remember to this day, and I will die feeling bad about it. So, Kingsgate, or is it still Kingsgate? The one on, what the fuck is that? No, not Franklin, or it might be Calskate. There's a roller rink. It might be.
I think that's what it is for the purpose of moving
I'm gonna say
on.
yes. So I was in like junior high, and I hadn't really done like any datey sort of stuff. Actually, it might have been freshman year. So just going into basically junior high children are garbage. And so I went on a sort of datey thing, like an afternoon. We went to the library. We went roller skating. Yeah, it sounds good now. And I had the key to our locker in my change pocket. I had the big orange key to your locker at the roller skating rink. And I decided, I think we had broken up for a day or something, and as freshmen do. I decided she invited me out because she was going to try and get back together, and I knew that I couldn't say no. So I somehow devised in my mind that I had to get the key to her after I got my shoes out of the locker. And no, it's just I wanted my shoes near me, and I gave her the key, and I skated home from this date.
Did you rent the skates?
No, I brought my own skates.
Oh.
Because I was a roller hockey player at the time.
All right, okay.
But I left this poor girl at the skating rink with the weakest excuse. And I feel bad to this day because I'm a terrible person. So I didn't do something stupid necessarily, except morally bad. and it still bothers me.
I just have to say that's the least morally bad thing
I know
anyone's ever said before.
I know, but
you didn't put enough money in at the church.
But
or
I
something.
just left this person who clearly the entire point of all this was.
Oh no, it's shitty.
It's garbage.
But it's not like the worst.
Well, no,
thing.
I'm saying I'm a good person, so my bad isn't very bad. Is all I'm saying. That has stuck with me, and it hurts me a lot. And I'm sure I've done other terrible, actual grown-up things. But that's what. Oh, I don't know. What else do we got?
Hey, do you have a take, be it hot, cold, or warm, about names that sound dirty, such as bend over or other names?
No.
Okay. Hello. Yes, and.
Oh,
just
shit.
go with it, please.
I feel bad. I feel bad for those people.
Stop thinking about the roller rink, Jesse.
We all love and accept you.
Yeah. No, I feel bad because these are active choices made by their parents that they had no responsibility, no say in, and they're stuck with that. Are people still named Richard today? Do people still name their children Richard?
Yeah, well, I think people have just.
Do you know Richards?
I think we know Richards.
Did you call them Dick? Of course you don't. But it's there.
My grandfather's name is
It's
Richard.
bubbling under the surface. They could be a dick anytime you want them to be. Yeah, anytime. They're living in their own personal minefield. They can be a dick as soon as they are.
Where do you think? I don't understand how people named Richard get nicknamed Dick.
Well,
can you explain it and break it down?
Oh, can I explain it?
No. I'm just asking.
Well, what's
everyone in
worse
the
is like the
audience.
Johns and Jameses and Jimmys and that are all somehow the same. That's all. You get to have that many choices in your name. Just
pick a name.
Pick a lane.
Yeah.
Pick a lane, James.
All right, last
Jimmy.
one.
Oh, okay. What do we got?
Oh wait, do you want?
Oh, I don't know. It's just
Did you have more on Dick? I don't know.
No.
You got more. We all
No.
got more on Dick. Am I
Everybody
right?
right? We got more on Dick.
All right,
More on
last
Dick.
one, Jesse. I feel like this is going to be great for you.
Oh, is it?
Is
it?
Yeah, that is a good name. What do you feel is like very overrated?
Oh.
Take your time.
Most. Well, I recognize that I'm a contrarian. If something's popular, I cannot be a part of it. Oh, well, I mean, I have nothing against Taylor Swift. I know nothing. Should I? Should I get invested in Taylor Swift?
First of all, I feel
there a
like
lot of-
Jesse, if you became like a what do they call them?
What, a Swiftie?
Swiftie?
Am I?
I think that's the move.
Is that where
feel
I
like
go?
it's-
Is that where
I think
my life
once
goes
you
next?
discover Swift, you'll really just catapult you to the next level of
I
your
don't
person.
know. Now, do you guys actually actively like current popular music? No?
What do you guys like?
Yeah.
Like, what is old music?
Hold on. Strap in for what old means
I look
right
like
now.
I'm about to feel attacked, is what I'm saying.
Something from 2014.
Okay. That makes me feel. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna
Older.
be like, I don't know, like Spice Girls.
Well, I
You
equate
guys
this
look
to
very-
like.
You look very okay.
Okay.
Get out.
I equate
No.
this to like music that's in like movie trailers. Have you heard anything from the last 20 years in a movie? Nothing's got longevity to it. Nothing stands out. Nothing is interesting. So we're hearing the same fucking anthem rock fucking trailer music. Well, movie trailer music. I could get into things that I hate that are overrated. Well, you'll like how much I love the things that I hate the most are very popular. These things I hate with such a white hot passion, and they came out almost like the same time, and people loved them, and I to this day. What do you guys? Who here likes Sideways? The movie Sideways? Yeah. Garden State? Who likes that quirky little garden? I fucking hate both of those things so bad. I hate nothing more than both of those self-important, pretentious ass fucking navel-gazing bullshits. That it's just, oh, look at me, I'm sad and I'm in a shirt that matches the wall, but you go fuck yourself. This is nonsense.
But surely you like other Zach Braff vehicles.
Oh, are there other Zach Braff vehicles? Yeah, that was.
Did someone say Scrubs?
No, I never got into Scrubs. But
wait, what?
No, sorry, I
That's
apologize.
okay. Scrubs is all right.
Yeah, I wish I liked popular things more.
Okay.
Because then maybe I would be popular.
I thought. You guys, keep it going for Jesse
Hey.
Jones, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
He has put a roof over our heads tonight. Jesse Jones. All right. Are you guys ready for your last comic of the evening? Yeah? All right. Very funny from the 209. Give it up for Connor Martin, everybody.
Guys, what a day I had. I was just finished up designing some of my own slime after I fucked a guy's mom in a T-Rex costume. I was crazy. Okay, I just wanted to incorporate things. Oh, speaking of which, you asked how Emma felt about a heel click, to which I'd like to say... So there. Okay, I should do material. Guys, I recently quit my job. Give it up for me. Unemployment in the house. I was working at a toy store. It was a sex toy store, but dildo store. It was mostly dildo sales. That's what sex toy stores are. It sounds like a fun job on paper, just slanging dildos on day, you know. But you grow up, you realize work just comes down to who do you work with, who do you work for, right? My manager was a tyrant, guys. This guy, he ruled that place with a rubber fist. I swear to God. It's like, Tony, you never heard of a write-up before? Come on. Get it? He put a fucking rubber dildo fist in my ass because I was insubordinate. This is a great way to. I'm gonna be the tail of this. I like Jesse was talking about the name Dick, and that's true. Richards they're just sitting out there with it. And I was thinking earlier today. I was cashiering at my job that I won't mention because this is being recorded online, but. The number 69 is a fun little internet meme for everybody, right? But it still exists in the world. And like accountants and cashiers just have to say that shit sometimes. And this lady ordered some food from the food court. And I looked at the fucking thing and I had to just be like, you're 69. Go ahead and go get your food and try not to think about two dudes sucking each other off simultaneously. Sorry about that. I just had to look a lady in the eye. That was a thing that actually happened today. Anyway. Guys, dogs are afraid of fireworks. They were bringing it up. But you're afraid to eat your own shit, so get off your high horse. You know what I mean? You're not better than dogs. You're not at all better than dogs. Fucking fireworks are probably the most efficient fundraiser when it comes to maiming the human body. You know what I mean? Like, you know how many Girl Scout cookies you'd have to buy to lose a limb? It's diabetes, folks. It's diabetes. All right, I'm just going to keep doing bad jokes till you make... Oh, I was poor growing up. I could never afford the Air Jordans. I had to go down to the flea market and get the Javiers. Anybody? Is this not the new joke show? My bad.
That's on the 20th of July.
That's all right. Thank you. Guys, I recently stuck it in the wrong hole. Yeah, I know. That's a crazy thing to say, but there's no better way to say it. Me and the girl, we were having sex. I accidentally stuck it in the wrong hole, which is crazy because if you're not careful, you can make a baby in that hole. Guys, that's a dangerous place. That was like half the joke, but it still sort of made sense. Stick around. There's an LGBTQ show after this, right?
Yeah.
Something? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not personally part of the LGBTQ yet. You know what I mean? I can't see the future. Life is long. My dick is short. I got to keep my options open, you know? Not part of it yet. Like, I didn't like tomatoes when I was a child. You know what I mean? Nowadays, I'm always sticking those things up my butt. Like, you don't know what you're going to want in your butt 10 years from now, is my point. Plus, I say I'm not part of the LGBTQ yet because it's LGBTQ plus. And when I first heard that, I thought it was plus-size women. I was like, oh, fuck yeah, they added Lane Bryant to the fucking crew. Lizzo got involved. Sick. That's not what it is. It just means there might be other shit to be added, you know? So there might be something you're doing right now that's not gay yet. You know what I mean? But it will be. It'll be gay. Like me, I'm a lightweight. I can only drink beer. I can't drink hard alcohol. And I don't think that should be part of the LGBTQ, but apparently my dad does. You know what I mean? Like, every time I turn down a shot, he has some choice words for me. I was like, God damn, it's 2024, and you're dead. Why is your voice in my head still? What the fuck? Papa.
Nice.
Free me. That's, okay, make me riff.
Yeah. Let's riff. Did anything shitty happen at work today?
All right. You know something shitty happened at work today. That's funny. I didn't even think about the fact people always say something shitty happened at work today, but they don't mean it as literally as what you're talking about. Okay, so a human adult man shat his pants through Costco today, and I'm not even in maintenance anymore, but somehow I got roped into this thing. I was assisting, and a supervisor was like, Connor, this way, and we went towards the exit door. And you know how Costco rolls. There's 2 exit lines where they check your receipt to make sure you're not a thief. And they pretend like, oh, it's so that we don't overcharge you. But no, it's because we make sure you're not a thief. But right between those 2 exit lines, there was just a drip row of shit, clumps here and there. And I thought it was a dog at first, like a sick dog. But it didn't make any sense that a dog would shit like that. You know what I mean? And someone told me, no, it was a guy. And I was like... Well, he's having the worst day of all right now. But anyway, turns out people don't know how to not walk through shit. You'd think that there's a reason we have Biden and Trump are our only 2 choices, because when you tell people walk left and stay there, no matter how short the other line gets, you're going to literally walk through human feces. And then a redneck man says, oh, human feces. And I said, I'm clocked in, sir. I'm not allowed to say shit. And he said, good point, but, you know, you get around it. Anyhow, that's what happened. And, you know, if you think you might have wore your Depends that day, double check before you just let one loose on the way into Costco is a lesson none of you need. You know, but tell your grandpa, I guess. It's weird to Hansel and Gretel your own way into a Costco with shit. Like... If you're old enough to shit your pants, you'll probably get lost on the way out. But hey, guess what? Good luck for you. There's a shit trail all the way to the entrance door. And that's basically what happened. The funny thing is an old man shit his pants. And then, like, most of who was walking through it was old ladies. And they're like, I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, I know that. If you were paying attention and you walked through that shit for fun... You don't have to just... Yeah, I get it. You're old. No, I thought it would make... I could do design. No, I get it. You weren't paying attention. You don't have any. What's another thing?
It's just it's like a beautiful childhood story, Hansel.
Yeah, I used to be maintenance, so that was more common for me. This was just happenstance. But one time a kid shit in the. You know how when you were a kid you would go in the middle of clothing racks and just like hide out like this, but not shitting? A kid decided to go the full rest of the way with it and shit. And we only found out right before I was clocking out. We were closing. And we wouldn't have found out, but as the kid exited, he stepped in his own shit and trailed it out of the thing. So, turns out, it's kids and the elderly. Anyway.
In that vein, if lizard people were real,
yes,
would you want to know?
It's like you're asking me, if the sky was blue, would you want to know? I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about, bro? You don't listen to the AM radio? No, I'm just kidding. Would I want to know? No, I'm more of an ignorant bliss kind of a guy. I figured out during a period of panic attacks in my early 20s that it's not important to know how this is all working out. And even if you ever get behind the why, there's another why behind that. So they can, as long as I don't end up at, this is a very privileged thing to say, I just realized as I'm saying it. I'm a straight white man in America. I don't give a shit what these lizard people are up to. It's pretty chill. So I wouldn't want to know. Maybe if I wasn't having such a good time. Let me be clear, I'm not having that good of a time. I am an underachieving straight white male with a full head of hair, 6'2". Somehow I'm still like a lonely, depressed addict. But, that's called dismantling the patriarchy where I'm from, So, yes, I wouldn't want to know in my current state. I'd be like, whatever. Seems like they're making some chill decisions if I don't pay attention to anything. And so if I got my shit together, I'd probably want to know. But let's not get into that.
Commendable. We're all here for you.
Did that turn into a therapy session for the last 27 seconds? I was just sorry about that.
No, but you're in a safe space.
Thank you.
We'll pick this up next week.
Cool.
This is going to be your last one.
Thank you.
But how do you feel about revenge?
I think it's a pretty good thing. I think that revenge is a good instinct. I don't think it's always should be carried out, but I think there's a lot of bullshit ass people who don't know how to drive very well.
So you're saying the instinct, the kernel is good, but acting on it
okay,
is good.
Here's what I think. I think the instinct is there for a reason, and I think it's because we need to punish wrongdoers so that they don't do that shit again. I think it turns into like Shakespearean bullshit that it probably shouldn't, where you're like killing children. Anybody see House of Dragons recently? Anyhow, you get what I'm saying. You don't want to. I won't spoil. There's online viewers, but the point is, I think it's a great idea, and it's often poorly executed. Revenge is good shit, guys. You ever revenge somebody? Like they did you wrong, and you. Here's the thing. I know we're almost out of time. You get them, but they know they deserved it. Like, it's not like they're going to get you back. They're like, yeah, I deserve. Like, you slap the shit out of someone, and they're like, I earned that, and we're square. That's revenge, Ugh, chef's kiss.
You guys, Connor Martin, everybody, give it up. Never.
Thank you.
Never wrong him. He will seek revenge, is what we just learned from that. Did you guys have a good time? I'm not going to go back up there, but did you guys have a good time tonight? I'm going to talk from the side. That's what I do. Is this your guys' first date? Second date? Third date? Third date? How was it? Was it a memorable night? Will you be like, remember that night we went to that really weird, shitty comedy show? Twice? No. You guys give it up for the 2 audience members we had tonight. Well, we had like 6 people in here, but it was great. Warm Takes is every Friday, 9 p.m. If you guys feel like coming back, I host another show. It's going to be July 20th is the next one where we all do new stuff. It's very good, but give it up for yourselves for coming out tonight. We appreciate you. And stick around if you want for the next show. It's very fun, but have a good night.
All right, everybody, that is Warm Takes, but again, we're not done. We continue. LOLGBT Plus presents Say Yes, coming up in about, what is it? Oh, well, let's call it 10 minutes. But if you're done with us for the evening, check out stabcomedytheater.com for our full calendar of events. We're live in person Thursdays through Sundays, and we stream everything we do 6 nights a week. Say Yes will begin basically as soon as I set the stage.
Hi, my name is Suzette Vanetti, and welcome to Say Yes. I'm joined with Shady, Manny Petty, and Katana Ray. You guys
Hello.
Yeah, I was like, someone
Hi.
say something.
Hi.
Welcome to Say Yes. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being here, live studio audience. We appreciate live studio audience, and that means you guys get first up to talk. Yeah. So, do we want to say anything before we get right into it?
Well, we've been gone for like a month and a half
Yeah.
because we took June off, and a lot. It feels like it's been ages. It's been like 2 months, but it's only been a month and a half or so since we came here last time. But
Yeah. And a lot's happened.
a lot's
on our
happened.
scene.
A lot's happened. A lot of things are happening.
I'd love to get back to a show where we're just answering dumb questions like, should drag queens wear that big ugly belt? You know, the one that looks like
That
a
belt is
WWE.
not a corset.
That belt is not a corset.
I was looking back at our old episodes, and one of my favorite things is that we talked about like we went from like jokes and like racial insensitivity to like, would you rather not eat potatoes or noodles for the rest of your life? Within like the same minute sentence, it's like something like, would you rather not eat noodles or potatoes for the rest? And we're like, oh, potatoes. And then we were like, it was a.
I'm
like,
still hard on potatoes. Like,
and we're
hard
like,
no.
well, you can make noodles out of potatoes too. So
Yeah. Well, and that, I mean, we're verse, I guess. You know, you never would have guessed it looking at this panel,
I don't know
but we're
about
verse. I'm not going to tell you who's who.
We can just go like a little quick like update of where we've been and what we're doing last month.
Okay, why don't you start?
Well, I could drag. No, I'm currently in my 1 month break from drag and Instagram. So I uninstalled Instagram, and I'm taking a break from all gigs and all drag things. But I told Suze, I was like, I'm still gonna do Say Yes because I kind of need to. It's very therapeutic for me to get it all out of. That's why I was probably going through my dark time. I was like, I can't talk shit. I need to take a break.
So that June layoff is what caused all the stress. You didn't get your like.
It's so
release
funny.
valve.
It's funny because like I took a break, but I only had like 3 gigs last month. So it's like I was on a break and on out. But it's more like a mental break because there's so much drama going on locally in Stockton that I was just like, I don't want to take a break quite yet because I don't want to make it look like I'm the shady one. Like, okay, I'm gonna hide away for a little while because I got caught. I was like, no, I'll like wait till July 1st and then I'll like announce my for sure thing. But I guess my like send off was kind of ominous because it was just a picture of like a waving hand with no caption, and I was like, oh. And I didn't know until like the group chat. They're like, that was very Bijou was like, that was super ominous, sister. I'm like in hindsight, oh yeah, that was.
Oh, that wasn't the group chat. That was public.
No, I saw it
she
after
wrote
the
that
fact.
publicly,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm taking a break from like drag stuff to focus on remembering why I love drag and missing drag, and also like accumulating like more ideas and outfits and stuff for when I come back.
I think that's actually something good we can like hang a pin in because I saw. Do you guys know Faye Lutz? Said drag is in its flop era, and people in the comments section were like, "Good, now we can get back to making art and having fun." And I'm like, "Well, hold up, don't take away a third of my income." But at the same time, like I love art and I love having fun, and I think that's something that you've always said since I've known you and you've been on the show. Is if nobody could ever make money off drag again, you would still want to do it.
Yeah, and I still to this day forget that I get paid for drag because it's like
you guys
I think because it costs so much to do it that I'm like the money doesn't really go anywhere except back into drag, whatever. But yeah, I would definitely keep doing it if there was no. And it's always curious for me like who would still be around if they're like, okay, no more pay. I mean, at that point, it'd be a whole different like
We'd
ecosystem.
lose a whole new crop of people.
It would be a weird dynamic of like you can perform in clubs, but we won't pay you at all. And I'm like, in my head, I'd be like, I'm sure people would have issues with that, but I'm like, I'll still do it. I don't care. I'll do it for free. And like in the alternate reality of drag wasn't like a paying thing, I would still be doing it.
2012 drag.
Yeah.
What about you, Manny? What have you been up to?
Oh my goodness. What have I been up to? I've been in my garden a lot. My garden just loves the summer heat in Sacramento.
This is not a metaphor, by the way. You have a garden.
No, I have a physical garden.
Because that sounded like a metaphor.
Yeah, no, not Garden of Eden, actual garden. Well, I guess when I'm in drag, it can be a Garden of Eden. No, I'm just I've been gardening, enjoying some time. I've got a lot of fun gigs coming up, so I've been like staying home and like working on costumes because I love making my stuff, and I just like with my day job, and then I get home and I'm like, I don't want to cut out a pattern. I don't want to sew this costume. God forbid I even try and put a stone on it. But yeah, I've been enjoying my garden, hanging out with the cats. My day job has been stressing me out a lot. If you follow me on Twitter, you know I have thoughts and opinions about my day job. So that's been what it is. But I'm also in my era of like not necessarily not doing drag, but for the month of July, I'm only doing gigs that make me like super happy. Not like, well, this is good pay. Because Pride was rough. It is for a lot of us. So I'm like, I did it for the community in June. I'm gonna do it for me in July.
It's a good balance.
Yeah.
What are your fun gigs coming up?
Oh my goodness. Well, I get to perform with Miss Roxy Andrews, and I love Roxy. I've been a big fan of Roxy. I've been a big Continental girl since I started drag many moons ago. I watched her original season, so it's really nice to get to perform with some of the performers who inspired me to want to do the drag I do now. Like I got the opportunity to work with Mariah Balenciaga like a year ago, and I was just like, you have no idea who I am. But in middle school, I did a project on you. I wrote a whole PowerPoint presentation, and I was like, and it's so full circle to like come back and like perform in the show with you and get to tell you that. That's the privilege of drag.
That's a wonderful way to make someone feel old. Oh my God, I did a 6th grade report on you, and now we're performing together in a club where I'm over 21.
She loved it.
She hated you in that moment.
Oh, she loved me. She even took a selfie with me.
So June actually wasn't, and it's not like I know if Helen were here, she'd be like, well, there's a reason you're not busy in June. But June's usually busy for me, and it just wasn't that busy for me this year. I don't know why. But I don't know. I've been running a lot. I ran 45 miles in June.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm running from demons. And societal pressure. And then yeah, I don't know. I have some fun shows coming up in July, so that you're part of one of them.
Very true.
Yeah,
Very true,
and brunch is going well at Ace of Spades, so that's good. And looking at some new venues and stuff. I don't know, the normal for me, pathologically.
Drag business, yeah.
Producing shows, yeah. Just that's a show. I'm like Oprah of creating shows.
You get a show. You get a show.
I think I'm gonna run home.
All right, what's up with you, Shay?
Hi everyone. Hi mom. So I'm just returning back from like a 10-month hiatus. So I'm like so excited to be back. And I'm just like planning, making things, doing some gigs here and there, being gay.
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, don't stop that part.
Gay rights and wrongs.
Period.
All right. Is that all?
Yeah, that's
okay.
all.
I didn't want to cut you off. All right, so then we'll talk about we have a couple controversies that have happened in the last month?
In the 2 months that we've been gone, it's like shit hit the fan, hit the floor, and then hit the fan again.
So where should we start? That's so gross, by the way. If I was in a room and shit hit the floor and then the fan and then the floor, I'd be like, let me out of this room.
What kind of aerodynamic
shit is flying everywhere.
What kind of rubber shits you taking?
I don't want to be in this. This fan is just projecting shit everywhere at us.
That's nasty.
Isn't it? I'd be like, let me away from this shitty fan. I don't mean like a person. That sounded like now I'm like, let me.
Fuck that fan.
Yeah, no, we love fans.
The shit hit the fan.
That fan right there.
Yes, it is. I think we all deserve this. Even you, Katana. We all deserve this because doing drag in 108 degrees is
doing drag above 75 degrees.
I have
drag.
I have a gig tomorrow in the 112 degree day.
Well, this is 119 or whatever, like they thought it was going to be.
Right, but it's Christmas in July, so I'll be in fur. So that's great.
Well, whose
That's
fault
fun.
is that?
Santa.
Yes.
If it was Hanukkah in July, we'd be just in some loincloths.
You'd be just a candle.
Yeah, just candle in the wind. All right, so we have controversy. Which do we want to start with? Do you guys have preference?
Dun dun dun. I don't know.
Did you guys talk about it in the group chat? Because I didn't. I haven't on
No.
the group chat because I'm not on Instagram.
I messaged about it, but then I realized you weren't there.
Oh my god, that's
Like I didn't delete my page or anything. I just uninstalled it from my app, so I don't
right.
see
You
it.
logged out
It's
and
out of sight, out of mind, because I'll just be doom scrolling if I don't.
Do you,
So,
okay.
what
do you,
now?
Do you have a preference for which we cover first?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I think one topic I feel more comfortable talking about.
Okay.
Because it was more public, and the other one is specifically centered around one person.
Okay.
So let's start with the other one, and then if we make our way to the first one. So we'll go backwards in time. So recently there was a lot of, what would you call it? I don't want to put a negative or a positive connotation to it. There were a lot of posts. There was
opinion.
Discussion. A lot of discussion. A lot of discussion going around that AFAB performers don't get booked enough in the Sacramento scene, and Kings don't get booked enough in the Sacramento scene, and certainly neither of those. I'm trying really hard not to put any connotation on it. Neither of those discussions are new, right, on our scene, but it was a lot of people were sharing them this time.
It also wasn't a discussion. It was just a bunch of people posting on Instagram stories.
That's true.
Like on both ends. So it's like people would post, and I was guilty of this too, not with that in regards to that, but I was doing that with the drama I was involved with, was all the statements I was putting were Instagram stories. And then after a few months or weeks, I was like, no one's going to read it. No one really gives a shit about what I have to say about this thing. Like, if it's not like a personal thing between a group of people. It's because that's why I post on Instagram stuff, because I always vague post on things like that, because like if you know, you know, and if you don't, it's not. I'm not going to get reprimanded for it because you don't know what I'm talking about. Right. But I found out that if you don't specify what you're talking about, then it can cause more issues. So from what I've seen, like in the initial post and then the post responding to it, is a lot of too long didn't read on the people my peers and stuff, and I'm like, girl, I'm not reading all that shit. Like, I'm just not, I'll read the posts that people are bringing to light what should be happening and what should change. I was giving them I guess the time of day to read what they say, just so I can give them the respect to that. But people who I work with regularly, I'm just like, unless I feel like they were making a really decent, unique point, I would be like, yeah, but it's just it's just a back and forth thing that it just seemed like bringing to light the lack of representation of AFAB performers and Kings and in-betweens and stuff like that. And a lot of people are just like, well, when I started in drag, it was this, and that, so it's different, and way to go through stuff. Whereas I agree with both sides on multiple levels. It's like, it is difficult to find a commonality to be like, okay, what can we do going forward? It's just like, well, I have it harder than you do because I'm this. And well, I have it harder. And it's becomes an oppression pissing contest. Yeah. And it's just I think a lot of people, I just totally just took over this whole conversation. I'm sorry. But
you're taking the month off, ma'am.
Well, it's I think for me, it defined it for me being a cis gay man who does drag. It's funny how I think we have a lot more in common with people who are AFAB or trans or et cetera. Because, I dated a trans man for a long time, and the dynamic with us was so he would be like, you don't know what it's like to walk down the street and think about how you talk, how you walk, how you do this, and so you don't get called out for it. I'm like, bitch, I'm a faggot.
Yeah, and we're not just gay, we're faggots.
And we've been faggots since we were we've been faggots since we were 10.
Could you remix "Bitch I'm a Cow" by Doja Cat?
Bitch, I'm a fag.
Bitch, I'm a fag.
I'm not saying it. But
can we say that on YouTube?
You can say it. I can't.
I say it, but it's
ally.
Speak ally. No, you know what I mean though. In that sense, I'm not trying to be oh, I'm faggier and I have worse than you. Mm-hmm. But I'm I think I said, we have a lot more in common with others than we think we do. And it's we both have been fucked over by the patriarchy and the society pressure of that. Mm-hmm. That I do believe that there is a common ground we can find. It just depends on the method and the execution of it. And me being lazy and stuff and non-confrontational, I've been out of the conversation because I've been starting my own drama in Stockton. But that's just been kind of that's my take on it so far anyway.
Well, I think, first of all, we've discussed this topic on this show before, and we've also discussed how to get booked in shows before. So I don't know if it's worth it for us to rehash it. But to piggyback off what you said, I I like to remind people how long it took me to actually get booked at Badlands. And that's not to say, like, you deserve that struggle too, or like, I had it this bad, you should have it that bad, or not in like a gatekeepy way, just in like everyone's time frame is different. Some people hit the scene and they are like a flash, especially if we're talking about AFAB performers. I would say Mud hit the scene at like 70 miles an hour. And now we can't even book Mud in Sacramento half the time because they're so busy in San Francisco or New York or everywhere. And it's like, but Mud got booked, like, and great. You know, I don't want anyone to have to wait 5-10 years to get booked at Badlands, but sometimes that's just the pace that it happens. And I think that's important because I think a lot of people, maybe because of that episode we did about drag nepotism, I think some people maybe get booked a little quicker than other people like to see it. Or maybe some people, another thing that happens is sometimes that like overnight success thing, like especially like we can look at Chapel Roan because everyone's like, oh my God, where'd she come from? It's like, well, she's been making music for like 12 years. And I think that a lot of people think that about me. They're just like, oh my God, you got booked right away. And it's like, no, you just didn't see me for the first like 4 years. Like I didn't exist. Like I was toiling away handing out flyers on the corner and you weren't looking.
I mean, even Lady Gaga was performing in like parking lots at IKEA and stuff when her album was out, you know?
Right.
So it's like everyone has everyone has their own journey, but everyone starts from like humble beginnings.
So
mostly.
I guess, I don't know. What I want to do is because I read everything, right? Like I screenshot every story and I read
we're drama
it all.
girls. We're gonna read it.
Yeah. Well, because I want to know. And one of them was like, which big name drag queen is gonna have a conversation? And it's like I will, but I don't feel like it's my job to be like I will have this conversation because I'm just gonna sit here and be like I'm doing the best I can.
Well,
I'm perfect, like, and I'm not. But
on that note, like it's kind of like, well, it's for me. I always when people take like a broad statement and be like, these people need to do this. I'm like, okay, the following people who only book cis like men and all these like drag queen performers. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, we don't do that, so that must not apply to me, because that's what I just take it like because when people make broad statements about like communities that I am involved with and it's like a negative thing, then I'm like, oh, I'm not one of those people, so I won't take it personally. Because some people will be like, well, I'm not all men. You know, like
right.
Obviously they're like, oh, men are so fucking stupid. I'm like, not all men.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm the stupid man in that situation.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, well, a dog, you know, her dog will yelp, whatever. Like the shoe fits, wear it. Like I'm like, this is not my shoe. Like if I know in my heart of hearts that I don't really fall into that category, I will not take it offensively.
That's why I was like, well, I'm not going to respond to this because I don't fall into this. And if someone wants to say I fall into that, then I'm open to that discussion. But I'm also not just going to post a story being like, well, I'm good. Like, that's,
like I'm safe. Don't bug me. Like,
that's douchey as fuck.
And it's like, but again, like if no one else calls people out and be like, hey, can we have a discussion?
Well, and I
face
think
to face to this person at you or whatever, you know, it's like, who would you expect the answers for when no one's gonna own up to being a bad person?
Well, and I don't.
You know?
I'm glad no one got called out by name, right? Because that's the other bit of drama if we get there is people calling people out by name and singling them out and sending a brigade of haters to their page, and like we don't need that. But I don't know, Shay, do you have anything like I want to hear from you?
So
and
I
Manny.
think that we just have to find a way to create like a bridge to have an actual conversation. Because I do think that both sides are like valid in their arguments, but it's also like, okay, but we're getting stuck in this like circular pattern. So how could we move forward? Because I think about the people that come after us. What's going to happen in a few years, like those people that do drag in the bar and want to do something different, or if they're AFAB or if they're trans, like how can we support them? I think it's like not just about our perspective, but about our community. So yeah.
I will say I've been keeping like my eye watching the Monday shows. I go at least every third Monday, and there are a lot of new AFAB performers in the Monday show. So if that's the future of Sacramento drag, then it's about 50-50 between like do we even say AMAB? Is that something that sounds like so?
That feels so weird.
It does.
It feels like that feels like we're trying a little too hard.
Well, and I think another thing is like one. You never want to assume
Don't ever call
if
me AMAB.
if there's somebody new, you don't want to assume they're AFAB or they're a cis man, right? Like you don't want to make an assumption. And then sometimes people don't like you know, when I do comedy, I always hate, and I know every woman hates it when like this next comedian's a lady performer. It's like, oh my god, right? I know it's the
Oh my
worst.
god.
They're a lady performer.
And so and like I know similarly.
Where
like,
are the jokes?
I performed with some. I'm not even gonna name them because I don't want to call them out. But I performed with some AFAB drag queens, and they're like, "Could you just introduce me as a drag queen? Like this next drag queen, don't leave out the AFAB part." And I'm like, "Absolutely." You know, and so like it's if your status isn't known, sometimes it's hard to know what your status is. Maybe your drag is that good that I'm like, I don't know if that's a guy as a woman as a guy, or as a woman as a guy, or a woman as a woman as a woman as a woman. I don't know, you know.
I think what I found most interesting about this particular conversation, because I do think that there's validity to both sides. I do think that there is an actual problem here that we should be addressing. However, what I found fascinating was the particular performers who were addressing the issue. You know, because I will always be the girl who will stand up for the side, like, yes, let's go.
Ooh.
However, don't make it about a problem that it's not, because when we go to battle for this to support the rest of our community, it's when it comes down to it, it's like that's not the issue here.
Oh.
And while I love having the topic of conversation, I think we should be having the conversation. I think we should make space for the conversation. I really don't like that there's this level of performers who might be making it about something that it's not. And I think that I think it's such a complicated situation, because me personally, I don't give a crap about who you are outside of your drag, and I don't mean that like in a bad way, but it's that's not my business to judge. It's not my business to think about. You know, I think Faye Lude said it on Twitter, what's going on between my legs is none of your business. And I it's right, you're right, it's not my business. It's not I'm not even gonna think about that. Do you show up? Do you perform? You know,
do you entertain the crowd? Because that's a big part of it.
I think it's worth rehashing that.
Because a lot of people that like, and I'm not saying everyone, but there were people who just aren't like. It's like, are you more entertaining than the people being booked?
Yeah. But
are you more entertaining than people sitting in the crowd?
The benefit to
Or are you wearing something more interesting than the people walking down the street?
Because if I'm staring at drunk Tony in the corner gigging out to Mariah and not you, there's the issue.
So I want to clarify what you said, because that is an important factor in this discussion, and it happened 2 years ago when everyone. I don't know if we've said it outright on the show, but like there was. The basically what felt like the witch hunt of Suzette Vanetti, and it was couched as a societal issue and a lack of black representation in Sacramento, and it mostly wasn't that at its core. When we had like the town hall, it was like, oh no, certain people just want to get booked, and so they used that as, because like who's going to disagree with that? Like, yes, more black representation on stage, you know, and everywhere, like in every part. And I think that's being done here, where people are saying I read one account, I don't know if you saw it, I'll tell you off mic, but there was one account that was like, book me. I want to perform. It was,
Love
and I was
me.
like,
There was
I
about
like,
three of you.
honestly,
There was
good.
about three of you
I
who
was
said,
like,
"Book me."
I was like, thank you, because it was like, book me, choose me. I want to perform. I'm not booked enough this month. Book me. And I was like, okay, word, like. Good, yes, because I
don't know if you're available until you tell me you're available. That's the reality of it.
Well, but it's also like maybe percentages aren't equal enough, you know, or to what people like. But that's a tricky issue, because if it's, I've seen something that says like, don't just have one token. Like I'd love your opinion, and then I love your guys' opinions. Don't just have one token king per show. Like have 2 or 3, and it's like, okay, work, but what happens to all those other performers who are getting booked? Like they just disappear? Like, so is there an amount that's good, or is there a ratio? Because how many, there's what? There's 10 drag, and I'm not.
There's like 10 active ones.
10 active drag kings in the area.
Yeah.
We're going all the way to Dunnigan on that, right? With Ben Flicker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you have an estimate for how many AFAB performers we have?
Around the same.
Okay, so
around the same.
And in the Venn diagram, is that 20 people total or like 15?
It's like 15.
Okay, so we have like 15 people that want to be booked in 40 to 60% of the shows. That would be disparate if then they'd be getting booked in every single show, and people other like cis men drag queens would be getting booked once every 3 months.
So are we afraid that there's not enough pizza?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure
I don't
what the
eat
answer
pizza.
is.
There's plenty.
I think
I
there's
love
enough
pizza. I'm just
pizza. I do.
I think there's enough pizza for everybody. I think
Absolutely.
it's just about how you would alternate that. I
Mm-hmm.
think about like if we look at shows that are in the Bay Area, I'm not saying that it's like, oh, they're perfect, because I'm sure that they probably struggle too, but they have a diverse range of all kinds of performers with different abilities, different capabilities, different races, genders. Like it's just like a rainbow of people. And I think that's like something to strive for. It's not that we could be perfect every time, but I think that's
Right.
more of a realistic thing to strive for.
So then there's not like a particular
It's not like, oh, it's this
number
group.
or
Yes,
ratio.
yes.
It's just like just
everybody.
strive
It's
for better.
everybody,
Yeah.
Okay.
Strive
Yeah.
for everybody.
I like
Yeah.
that because I think as a whole, looking at all of the shows in Sacramento and the surrounding area, I think they are pretty. They are trending towards better, right?
Yeah, it is definitely improved.
So is this show specific?
I feel like it depends on who you're asking. I genuinely do, because I
Yeah.
also feel like we get different opportunities for sure, like, especially as like different kinds of AFAB performers, depending on how you lean, we have different opportunities.
Right.
Like just being real.
Yeah, no, this
Yeah.
I want to have a real conversation. I think that's definitely something that a real conversation needs to happen.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. That's just okay. Thank you. I wanted to do it when we weren't on like focus, but I just had to get it. What do you guys think about that?
I personally, I hate having these subcategories inside of just like one category. Like, why can't we all just be performers? Because when the conversation first came up, and I was like, "Well, I'm gonna talk some shit. Let me go look at the shows I've been booking." And I had a well-rounded variety of performers, but I don't book based off of stuff like that. I put together a story. I know my performers. I know, I want to have a good show, because at the end of the day, I would like to entertain the audience. I want them to be like, wow, that was an amazing drag show. So I pick performers based off of like who mends well. If I'm gonna have two performers who I'm completely
Men?
Yeah, I was like,
yeah,
you mean-
men. If I'm gonna have two
What a
performers
choice
who
of
on,
word.
like, completely like opposite sides of like the drag entertainment spectrum, I'm gonna make sure that I pull someone from every different opposite, just because here's a diverse show with like Velvet. Sometimes we keep it a little more burlesque on certain nights. I'm gonna book the performers that I know do burlesque, and that I just think about, what have I seen you produce? And that's kind of where my mind comes from, because I hate that I feel like there's this divide in the community between entertainers who identify as like AFAB and drag kings, and I feel like it's drag queens over here. And I feel like there's particular people who are facilitating this divide, and we need to be addressing the divide. We're not on opposite sides.
Yeah,
we're all entertainers.
Mhm.
We all are on some form of the queer spectrum. So it's like, why do we need to be so separated? We're supposed to be together, because we can't fight that battle out there if we're all fighting each other in here.
I agree.
Over things that don't exist, or things that we don't need to be fighting about, and things that just need to be addressed. Nobody wants to have a conversation. Nobody wants to have a conversation. Y'all want to get on social media and have your opinions, but when a girl pulls up to the club, none of you want to say this to my face. And granted, I'm not the problem, but
No, that's very true.
It's let's have the conversations, get it out there in the air.
I'll second that. Like, your arch nemesis, right? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Me.
Yeah.
Umbrella Bug?
Yes. Yes. That's it. Umbrella Bug.
Yeah. The one we don't speak of.
I don't think they like me at all, right? And then one night I'm in Badlands getting ready for a show, and they're just man, he's lost it over Umbrella Bug.
That's my Twitter name for her.
And they're just sitting. They're sitting at my station at my desk in the dressing room, and they were like, "Hi," and I didn't recognize them, and they were just like, "Hi, how are you?" And then when I realized it, I was like, all that animosity, and I'm here, and you can talk to me, and you didn't say anything. You killed Manny Petty with Umbrella Bug.
That's the effect that they have on the people. But more power to let the whatever god they worship bless them and get all the bookings and I wish them well, but I don't like. I'm not trying to hold on to that negativity because that's what I was spewing out for so long. But it became, in my defense, it was because this person went out of their way to call me out on my stuff when all I did was post a video of myself with my hair blowing in the wind. And then they were like, oh, you're still a shitty performer. You still wear the same outfits. And I was like, okay, well, if you're going to call me out and come onto my platform, then we can duke it out. But then she'll go off. Basically, funny enough, this ties back to like during like the city hall when all these people from all the peanut gallery were like, "Oh, I hate Suzette. I hate Badlands too because they were this to me." I'm like, this is about black performers. This isn't about if you have a beef with one of the hosts.
It got very co-opted.
It's very dogpiling, and it's like what the city hall the city hall thing was like. Based on factual things you can look on flyers and be like, this is what was casted. But when it comes to like, I have a personal vendetta against this person because they blacklisted me, because they have the power to do that. That's when it becomes performative and problematic. And it's like, I rather you just don't have an opinion at all if you're going to just jump on this opportunity to dog shit on people because you don't like them.
Well, it
Have
cheapens.
you seen my Twitter page?
It cheapens the actual argument if you have people dogpiling on and co-opting the movement and making it about something else than what it should be, then it really cheapens it.
I agree.
And if a real conversation needs to happen, then people need to be honest about what they're there for and not have, just a personal vendetta against one person.
You can totally like not like somebody and work
Absolutely.
with them, and it's fine. Like we are the entertainment business is a business, and we are employed. And we have a job to yeah. And like as much as we all connect on a different like personal level off stage, it's like when it comes to like being booked for a gig and there's a check involved, like we have to just have a decorum, And but anyway, back to what you were saying before, I think like for me, the unfortunate current truth, which is not the permanent truth, hopefully, is if, for example, if you just look at RuPaul's Drag Race. And if you just watch an episode of like, if you look at RuPaul's Drag Race like season like 3 or something, it is so catered to cis gay men. Yeah. It is not anything like to the point where even as a viewer, I'm like, okay, like I'm not like a dog. You don't have to hold like, here's this half naked man. Keep watching the show, like the pit crew and stuff. I was like, okay, like you're like almost like pandering to your own audience. It's like I can watch a show with attention without having to have a naked man like dance across the stage or pretend to like fuck each other. Like so for me, I'm like, okay, this is geared toward like very much towards cis gays. Not even cis gay drag performers, but just cis gays in the club. Yeah. And watching the show tonight at Badlands reminded me how much I hate drag race fans, not so much drag race people or drag. I was telling Toss, I was like, I forget how much I hate going to drag shows versus going to be in one because I just hate the crowd. The crowd is so inconsiderate.
The audience point of view is really...
And my point of view is the back of their fucking head because they're trying to suck the dick of the guy in front of me. And I'm like, bitch, like my friend is like 5'6". They can't see over you. And then if I say anything, I look like the asshole, But like, anyway, it's like the sucky thing is that the drag, well, nightlife in general, especially in Sacramento, is catered so much to cis gay men. And when it comes to drag, like most gay audiences like pop divas and like girl power, feminine flamboyancy, shit like that. So they're not going to gravitate towards masculine energy as much when it comes to performance because there's not much like glamour to it. Even there is a ton of masculine glamorous performers.
There's so much.
But for me, this is just kind of what I've observed over the years. It's just like we have an advantage over that because we are like also like gay men that were like little gay boys that were flamboyant or feminine. We weren't allowed to be. And in the drag scene or in the gay clubs, like this is a space that we're able to be that, and we are celebrated for that. And it's kind of like, obviously they're like, we worship women. I love women. I wouldn't do drag, obviously didn't like women.
Honestly, women are the reason I do drag.
But you can still do that and be misogynistic and sexist. And it's just like, you have to be like, you have to like check yourself before you wreck yourself, Like I've always been down for women doing drag and disclosing that they are women or not if they don't want to. Most people at the time were like, I don't like. I was obsessed with like creme fatale and stuff like that because they're like, can we just stop saying bio queen,
Yeah,
faux queen,
yeah. I
this
think
queen?
moments like that for me are what really put it into perspective just how misogynistic the gay community is, because it's like this was not even a topic I thought we would be talking about.
Yeah.
Like back then, like when people were like first like, oh, why is that like?
I
It's
think-
like I feel like it we had a particular performer back home who I was like, how do you feel when people stare at you and say, oh, you're a man?
Yeah.
When you're in full geesh, like it makes you a level of like uncomfortable, perhaps. It's like that. Let's use our critical thinking skills to think about what are my actions doing to somebody else when this is something that actually happens to me. Why are you finding that okay? What's the blockade? Oh, you're misogynistic. Excuse me.
It certainly is misogynistic, and later, if we get food later, I have a story for you guys about someone messaging me a lot and wanting a specific question answered.
They messaged Suzette so much she had to be misogynistic.
Yeah, no. Getting back to what I was saying earlier, like in comedy, how they're like, this next comic's a woman comic, and like this next comic's a gay comic, or this next comic's a straight comic, or this next performer's an AFAB queen, or this next performer's an AFAB king. Like I'll say, I don't know, do I need to do better when I say this next performer's a drag king? Is that part
I
of
feel like that's fine if they identify with that.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Well, because like
It's
sometimes
not like assign births as intros.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of what we do.
Give intros with assigned births. Yeah.
The middle finger.
Can you imagine if we started saying this next performer's AMAB?
I mean,
Horrifying.
it's just it's. But I'm gonna just I'm gonna speak for myself from my perspective, and I can see how a lot of like maybe unaware not self-aware gays probably will have, like including my peers who do drag, that's cis men, is that they want to have like I've had it tougher kind of thing, or I've had it tough too, and I can imagine because sometimes I'm like, okay,
Our
like
dad hated all of us, Craig.
I mean, I can imagine like how the perspective of someone like us who are like gay, like little gay boys or whatever, and we finally have a spot to like be our gay, like feminine selves and get applauded for it, and put all of our feminine energy into this, and the like homage to women that give us inspiration and people that we love. Like a lot of times it's our mothers, it's our sisters, our aunts, and pop stars, actresses, and stuff like that. So sometimes when it's like when people come into a space, like obviously there's like trans women and queer women and all that stuff, trans, femme, mask, everything that can do drag and are able to. But I can imagine if someone who is like a cis woman who's not really like lesbian or trans, but they're just queer, like they're in the queer community, and they come into a performance space and they wear like no wig, barely any makeup, no shoes, no costume.
So it's a Monday night.
Well, and that's an accurate statement, right?
But then for
Because-
us to be like, okay, we had to like when we walk down the street in drag, we risk our lives, we risk our safety, because not all of us are really passing, and the goal is not to
Oh, my
pass,
favorite word, passing.
whatever. So it's like we risk. That's the against the grain stick to the man. Like we are fucking with gender, and this is our expression this way.
Mhm.
And I don't do drag for like gender affirmation. I don't do drag for people to sit and be like, yes, you are strong. Yes, we love you. I do it because I want to dress up like a woman and dance around and have fun and entertain people. That's that's my own POV. But I can see a lot of people, like a lot of drag queens like to do it for attention and they want to feel the fantasy. But like, I can imagine seeing someone who like just performs like with I don't want to say no effort, but it's like, okay, what are you doing? Because I've seen a lot of performances that like
Do you just want everyone to tell you that you're fierce,
they can be
or
like they could be performing
doing
any
art?
like XYZ at like any other talent show where we would be like, no faggot, get the fuck out. It's like, no, you can't do that here because it's a little too much. Pride season was last month.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that right now.
It really is. Pack it up and go home.
that is an element of what was being said in the Instagram stories. Is like, and specifically, it was like there are drag queens doing the least, right? And so why are they getting booked when they're doing the least effort? And I think what we're seeing, and certainly on Monday nights, sometimes there's someone who just wants to perform, and there's not a lot of drag to it, right?
Well, they're also new performers, by the way.
Right.
Like, they're all
They're-
new.
it's an amateur drag
But there
show.
are some people who have been doing new drag
It is
showcase.
a show for opportunity.
There are some performers that have been doing
Growth.
new drag
Growth.
showcase or FTLP since like last year.
They're people
They're not
that-
new no more.
And I think that's
There are people that have been doing it for
I
like
think it's
7
a separate
years.
conversation because
There are people that have been doing it for
And
like
that's
7 years.
fine. That's valid.
It
But
is.
as long as you're not the ones that are trying to make these things like that are trying to like make these like we need to take the time to change things. I was like, okay, well then,
yeah.
let's change some things.
But
Let's
because
change
it's
some
because
things.
I do
I'm-
see
I'm all for change.
There's one I don't want to name names because I don't want to call somebody out, but there's somebody who did want to perform in the Monday shows, a cis man, and just wanted to dance, and that was it. And then it wasn't drag though; it was just you're just wearing a shiny jacket and you're just dancing.
I think I was there
Yeah,
for that. It was,
and then
it was an
and then
experience.
they
was an
went back and they've created a drag persona, and now they perform in the Monday show as a drag persona, and they get booked in other shows. But it wasn't drag at first, and far be it from me or anyone to say like, oh, that's not good drag. But like there is a threshold for is it drag, right? I mean, is that fair to say of me?
I mean, all drag is valid, but not all drag. And there's a ton of shitty drag queens, mind you.
Well,
just
there
putting
are.
that out. There's a lot
There's
of
a
bad
lot
drag.
of shitty
I
drag
might only
queens.
call
Not
out
a
people.
lot.
I mean, but that's
A
why
lot.
I'm even harder on drag queens that are cis men. I'm like, there is no reason for you to look that bad. Like, there's YouTube, there's this. I was like, you are, and especially if you live in a place like Sacramento. If you live in a place like Sacramento that has costume shops, fabric stores, whatever, like Fashion Nova, whatever. Like, and it's not like because I wear like a whole outfit
Here's
of
the
Fashion
thing.
Nova.
I think you just made a thought appear. I think it's different for girls who've been doing drag from the era that like you and kind of me, because I jumped on the tail end of it, came from, where it was like drag is so mainstream today, it's so available. So the fact that you guys are not meeting the bare minimum when it's so available to you, to people like us who were like, I know how to sew because there was nowhere for me to get drag. There was nowhere for me to like wear like this. I made this, you know? It's like
cute.
The what I wanted to do and where I wanted to be, there was no opportunity for that. We didn't have Etsy. The fiercest boutique I had was Claire's because they wouldn't let me in Frederick's, you know? It's like that's kind of
Who's gatekeeping you at Frederick's?
Do you think they're gonna let a 12-year-old boy come in and buy a bra and panty set?
Fair enough. They were.
Is there an age requirement for like
gatekeeping
buying
there.
lingerie? Like, do you have to be an age to buy lingerie?
Well, I don't know. I always got a strange look. I mean, I also barely had money, you know. the makeup palettes I bought from Claire's were with change that I saved up for a year, you know. But I think it's frustrating to see so much available drag, so much accepted like opportunities, so many accepted like wormholes you can fall down.
I think it's also just like it's a human instinct to like, if one generation has it easier than the next generation, there's gonna be like some kind of like pettiness to it. Like I remember when I
never
started,
thought I would be the bitter old queen.
I didn't
always
think either.
reserved that
I didn't
spot
think,
for
when
Helen.
I first started performing at Faces and stuff, like there were some queens that were like in the court system, and we were all getting dressed, and out of nowhere they're like, "I used to be skinny and pretty too," and I was like, "Okay." And it was very much like that kind of like I was like, it's like any like I think older generation, you know, especially in the gay community, it's like even 5 or 10 years before whatever we were doing, it's like they had to go through some shit, you know, like, and I always give gay elders a little bit of a like cushion because like half of them lived through the AIDS crisis, so half their like friends and family died, and now we see people like getting pumped and dumped and spreading COVID, and like a lot of people are like, I'm so glad I fought for AIDS awareness. Now I can see people just spreading diseases on cruises willy-nilly. So I can understand that like animosity, kind of like you have it so much easier, but you're fucking yourself over, and you have it so much easier than we did. A lot of people weren't expected to live past 30, you know, and I'm like, that's why I always give gratitude to older performers and stuff that were doing it before it was cool, you know.
Yeah.
And like even like with Taryn, like Taryn was like the first drag queen I ever saw, so I'll always like kind of respect their generation or people in the court system who doing drag forever. You know, they were doing it before it was safe and cool to do it, and so it's like, even with me, like even though it was safer when I started, it still wasn't, you know, safe, but it was a lot easier than it was 5 years prior, because Drag Race had happened, and it was a little bit normalized, and now it's like super normalized. Almost, it's like oversaturated normalized.
Yeah, because I remember there were guys who would say that it was disgusting that I did drag, and they didn't want to be with me. And once again, we circle back to the misogyny of the gay community. But it was still like, nowadays you can say, oh, I like doing drag, oh, I want to do drag, and your partner's like, oh my god, I want to do drag now. It's fierce, it's great, and I love the progression for people. But when we're in this moment, we have to acknowledge, okay, these bitches had to crawl through the piss and shit. I'm gonna pay my respect.
Fan just throwing piss and shit everywhere.
I know, I'm so vulgar. I'm so sorry. But it's like, I think there's a level, and it's with the particular. I think what I had a problem with was the way people were addressing the conversation and the things that people were saying. I was like, this is very much an inexperienced performer, and your friends have told you that you are the fiercest, you are the most fabulous, you are getting on the next season of Drag Race, babe. That's great, but humble yourself. Let's think about the realities of like what it takes to run the business of doing drag, and what it takes to why are you doing drag? And I think there's so much. I think it's gotten so convoluted, and I think, are you just focused on making money, or are you trying to entertain? Because I'm sorry, I want the person who's going to entertain. I want somebody who respects the craft as much as I do. If you put the wig and the makeup on because you know how to do makeup and you're going to be fierce and they're going to live for your twirl and your split, and that's great. I love you. I'll put you in a show somewhere. But I want the people who want to be there, who respect the craft, who are thankful for the opportunity, who understand why we do what we do, where it took to get us to this point. And I want people who are open to criticism and conversation. I want well-rounded entertainers. I've been in the entertainment industry long enough that I don't want to deal with the bullshit anymore.
Maybe people that are open to critique instead of criticism, because
I will criticize you, she will critique you.
Yeah. Well, like somebody critiqued me the other. It was really funny. And then I want to come to you and hear any thoughts you have before I move on to the next thing that I was going to ask everybody. But somebody said, I have seen this number from you specifically too many times. And I looked in my notes, and they've seen it 3 times, and I've done it 4. And I was like, that's the struggle with drag. Like, if you have a really good number and you do it a lot, then all of a sudden people don't want to see it anymore. They want to see the next thing from you, And it's like, but then artistically you have to push yourself to get there. Okay, that's a little off topic, but I was open to the critique is all I'm saying.
Have you seen that clip of Oprah when she's like, I've seen the movie now 2 times? Because I did the number 3 times.
Oh, well.
That's why I was like.
I think I did it 4 or 5, and they saw it.
So
3.
What is the truth here?
Well, look
just
it
kidding.
up,
I'm just kidding.
They were like,
she really has every performance she's ever done noted.
Logged in a note.
Logged.
Yeah, like from start to finish.
I've gone through it. I fact checked for you, America.
I'm actually like a month
and
behind.
The one watcher in Canada.
I need to sit down and co-work with someone. Okay, Shay.
Yes.
Any thoughts on anything so far that we just said?
So I feel like you guys all made really great points. I do want to ask you, what would you say would be the solution to these people posting on the stories? Like, how could they move forward in a more productive way?
That's actually what I was gonna say. We should talk about next is because so we've.
Because I agree.
Now we all made noise on both. Like everybody made noise. We all were like, I made my noise. So what do we do going forward? Like, what's the solution? What maybe isn't an end solution, but what is progress in the right direction?
Yeah. I know for me in particular, I wanted to swipe up on those stories to be like, can we have a conversation in person? Because I hate texting. It gets convoluted. You can't hear my tone, and 9 out of 10 times I'm just giving you the truth, so I sound like a cunt on the phone. But I also didn't swipe up because I did not want to seem like a cunt. I want to have these conversations with these performers because each and every one of those performers that spoke out about something, with the exception of one person, I said, I hear you, I see you, and I can understand why you feel that way. You don't know this, but a lot of us who book and work pretty consistently have been talking about you, and we have seen what you're doing. It does take time. I moved here 7 years into drag. I still did the new showcase for 3 months, and then I was still like doing just tip spots for however many times. When back home, I'm getting paid. I'm on a flyer, but it's, you know, I understand that when you come to a new place, you're a new person. You need to prove kind of what you do and show kind of why you are a well-rounded entertainer. But I think each person that had spoken out about something was something that can be fixed, and it was technical. It had nothing to do with, you know, personal, like how you identify as a performer. It was all technical stuff. There was one person that did, and they don't understand this, and I can understand why they don't understand this, but when you force the community to have X amount of diversity, you've now created a diversity hire. And if you've never been one, you do not know how painful it is to be the diversity hire. I don't ever want to make someone feel like I have you because you're my diversity card.
I get that.
Absolutely not. You're here because you're fierce, you're sickening, you've done your work. You've impressed me. I want to see you perform more. It has nothing to do with like the card. And if you've never been shown the card, if the only thing that makes you a part of a press community is the fact that you're queer, there are certain things that you just don't get. And it's not to blame them. They don't see it, but it's one of those things where it's hard to try and have that conversation with somebody who doesn't necessarily want to listen.
I get it.
Yeah, accurate. Well, and like when we booked
Bloodbath.
Bloodbath, I think you said to me we actually ended up with a really diverse cast.
Yeah, we had like, it was like 2 drag queens, 1 trans man who does femme drag,
Mhm.
1 AFAB drag performer, drag
Mhm.
queen, and then someone from LA who was a non-binary, like gender fluid
Mhm.
black performer.
Right. Well,
without even trying. We're just like, oh, we have a diverse cast without even trying.
Well, and then just even like ethnically, it was really diverse too.
Yeah.
And it's like we weren't looking at that like how can we make the most diverse cast. We were like, who's the best people for this show?
Yeah.
And that's what we ended up with. And I think what you're saying, that's what I noticed after 2 years ago, is we had this whole like we had to make this whole column spreadsheet, and it's like, okay, well now we got to make sure there's this many of that and this many of that and this many of that in the show. And
yeah, and it feels really gross. It feels
It
like you're
does.
exploiting the person. Like, I don't like that. That's not a comfortable environment that I want to create. You know.
I think.
So, go ahead.
I was just saying. I think that we like everybody should like just kind of acknowledge whatever privileges they fall into.
Mhm.
And as for me, like being
Absolutely.
like I'm a cis white gay man, and like my instinctual like reaction is like I don't get booked because I'm a gay man. I get booked because I'm good at what I do and I'm nice to work with, which is true. But also I am a man.
Right.
So like that's one step in the door already. You know. So it's like. But you know, there's some validity. I'm like, we get booked, you know, basically on some preconceived notion of they already know us or whatever. We have it easy that way because we're part of the gay community as men. But like also like, I've made the work to be nice and on time and on theme and on like, you know, to be on good terms with people involved in the venue, the DJs. Like I try to just be easy to work with. Which I asked anyone else to do with us too, you know, like just be easy to work with.
Yeah.
And that's like the best advice just as a baseline. But then you have to think about all the hurdles you have to jump over for each, because everyone has their own hurdle, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as long as we all know where we stand as people and acknowledge that we have it better in some aspects, I think then we can be like, again, like I said, like we are alike in more ways we think we are.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of queer weirdos, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like even if they are like a cis straight woman that does drag, they are part of the community, whether they want to be or not. You know, like you are one. Like I'll always be up for bat for someone, even if I don't like them. If someone from outside of like the drag scene tries to like bully a drag performer or like be disrespectful to a drag performer at the show, I'm still gonna be like, even though we might get along, there's still like it's just that level of respect. Like I'm not even if I don't like you, I'm still gonna sit there and watch and sit facing your direction and watch you.
Yeah, make sure no one's doing my job.
I might not tip you or whatever, but I'm just gonna still sit there and just respect your performance, you know.
Respect your craft,
And not
yeah.
everyone does
Your
that. Not even
vulnerability,
performers,
yeah.
you know. And a lot of the new performers that I saw, like as soon as they were done performing, they went in the back patio and didn't watch the whole show. So it's like they're not obligated to. It's just you notice things like that.
But we note that, and that's what I think a lot of people forget, is you might think we're not looking, but none of you know what I look like out of drag. I have seen some of the most outrageous shit from some of you new performers and been like, I want you nowhere near my show. I want you nowhere near my show. I do not need that energy. I don't need what you bring to the table. I definitely don't need your friends acting insane in the audience. There's a lot of things that we see that you guys have no idea, and that's also another reason why some of you don't get booked.
So depending on like what, like if they can establish what specific venue or what gig or whatever needs to change, like just as a starting point, then we can be like, okay, who's in charge? And this is if the person who wants to make change is like, if they want to be about it, be it like,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
about
down
it,
for the
then they
change.
can, okay,
Tell
like,
me who I need
like,
to
yeah,
yell
like
at, you
reach
know?
out to the person who they think is responsible for the bookings or for what goes on, and then just be like, hey, like, are you in charge of booking? Like, is there anyone I can speak to about this so I can just have a discussion? We can just have a starting point to talk about where this can go.
Like reach out, because if you want to be treated with respect, then reach out respectfully, you know, and reach out and say like, and it doesn't have to be like, you don't have to like go to them with your tail between your legs, but like at least don't call them out publicly, you know, is what I'm saying.
The funny thing though is that like I will say as an observer when the Sacramento like the Badlands like town hall meeting thing happened, it did kind of snowball off of Unique making an Instagram call out about it, which maybe everything she said wasn't correctly like 100%, but it did make moves to start a discussion. So I think that's why they thought it was gonna happen here, and I'd be like, we're down for a discussion. Like we can all talk. And most of us are like level-headed enough just to talk about whatever.
Well, and Unique didn't call anybody out specifically. Like she vague booked. Like you knew who it was about.
Oh, yeah.
But she didn't like name names or post names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she said Badlands though, at least, right? So
Yeah, she
it's
did.
like, so like she started like a discussion that way. So like if they were to be like, we need to start booking AFAB performers at Badlands. Who can I talk to about that? And then
We
repeat
know who you
steps
can
3,
address for
2,
that, yeah.
you know. So it's like if you don't want to like actually make like it's like they want us to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, we will if you give us a starting point. Like, where do you want to start? Like,
Yeah.
do you want us to book you at Paradise? Do you want to book, you know? Because it's
Yeah,
like,
none
it's
of
not
you
fair,
wanna
like,
come out to Paradise.
Because a lot of people, like what you just explained, like people who
I'll give you a ride.
are the new generation. There's a very tight knit community of people who are the new performance space that the older generation don't really know, but then we're labeled as like the mean, like cliquey girls because we don't interact with the new people. But like, y'all don't talk to us. And even like there's like a show in Stockton, which is the Wet Dreams Machines, which they book everybody under the sun. And new performers, seasoned performers, like no matter the gender expression, whatever, they'll book you there. And there was like kind of like a backstage kind of idea that the E's of Paradise were these cliquey mean girls that don't talk to people. But I was like, I have never seen any of them at our show.
Never.
And
y'all leave your sheet up. I know who's
and
in
then
the show
me
the night
and then me
before.
and Talks will go. We used to go to like every Wet Dreams show, and then there'd be like 5 people there. You know, not always, but like it's a lot more like big now. But like we were like one of the only people in the crowd that didn't come with the performers. You know, so it's like I'm gonna go on after work. I want to support this show because I love Miss Charm, I love Cammie, and I love the people. I don't love the people, but I'm open to giving them my respect and time.
Yeah,
And
I
the fact
love
that
new
none
drag.
of them have ever come to my show, it's like I don't want to be like, well, you don't come to my show. But I'm just like, after like a year and a half, I'm like, maybe I'm just not gonna give them my time. Especially when some of the people in that show have been like shitty to us. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna be the bigger person anymore. Like I don't want to be. You know, like if they were cool, like they'd walk up. I had 2 performers walk up to me and talk to me because I was in drag one night, and that was it.
I think there's something interesting about that is like on the other side, if you weren't going to their show, maybe you wouldn't have known who they were, right? And 'cause
Well, I
they're
still
not-
don't, but
Well,
they're
we
not,
wouldn't have known they were terrible.
They're not going to your show, and you're not going to their show. So how would you know who they were, and how could you book them? And you know, certainly.
Well, mind you, they never complained about us booking them. Just I don't want to like they've never been like they don't book us at ease, but they
They
always
just thought you were cliquey.
But yeah, and I'm like, and I have like evidence. I have like the receipts that I told us like certain people. I'm like, you're always welcome to perform if you just ask. Like I think that people have this inferred idea that we just will say no, and they were like, oh, that's just the impression I got. Like, well, whoops.
We will say yes. Some of us
because we are very tight knit. Like we are very like I wouldn't say cliquey, but we're very like.
But we're a
protective
weekly
of
show
each
with
other.
a consistent cast.
As
and
as
I
most
think that
consistent casts
we've
become.
gotten so close to each other, like.
Because we don't do it.
Katana's
We don't.
birthday's on Christmas, and all of us on Christmas showed up to celebrate Katana.
Yeah.
We celebrated Katana's birthday. We didn't give a fuck about Christmas. It's like we have dinners, and when one of us goes through something, sometimes we're like, "Hey, divas, I cannot do it mentally today. I'm having a horrible time." And we're all there for each other. We talk about it. We're vulnerable with each other. So it's not cliquey. We're family. We're close to each other. It's like, something happens to Katana, it happens to me. Or it's like, if I know Katana's not having a great day, then I'm concerned for my sister. We've built that relationship, and it's so simple as showing up. Show up. How many times have people come to Eve's, seen the bullshit that we do on stage, had a great time from the audience's perspective, watching all of us act like clowns up there because Becca's going to catch it all, and then just like, now you're in on the joke. I feel like Eve's is a really fun time for it, where it's like, Eve's to me is like an inside joke, and people who come to see get to like, oh wow, this was so much fun. Like, it's an experience.
Because we're not doing it for the money.
Yeah.
Like we get like gas money and stuff, but like it's not like a big paying gig. We do it because we want to just hang out with each other.
Money, we do it because we love each other. We love drag. We love Paradise, and we love the queer community in Stockton because it is small. Compared to like bigger cities, it is a small community. We love our community. These faggots that have shown up, these.
And most of them aren't even faggots.
Most of them aren't even.
They're
faggots.
just like allies or friends that we've made because they come out all the time, and it's like, and it's like, that's why all the times I kind of like, as me as an older person, like I kind of roll my eyes. I'm like, you young kids have it so easy because like when I was your age, we had one gay club in Stockton, and guess what? We still do. And it's like, it's like, and we've had people who disagree with us, and we said no to, and then they went and did their own show, and I'm like, that's what you're supposed to do. Like you made it happen.
You don't give me an opportunity,
and that's
go
cool.
Make one.
Work,
Is that a viable solution to this? What's going on now? If AFAB performers and drag kings made their own show,
I wouldn't.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It's
I
very
think that creates
othering.
more divide again.
There is an element of like separate but equal, and that's not good. But certainly that's a way to be seen. I'm not saying people should do that.
Yeah,
but
we don't need more drag shows.
No, we don't. But if people did start a show and people started going, and maybe they're not booking just AFAB and drag kings, but like, I don't know. I think that's always part of the solution to this problem is like start a show.
I think the solution to this problem is to get rid of the divide. Unite everyone.
How do we do that?
We start being honest with certain motherfuckers. Because let me tell you, now I'm drunk. 'Cause there is a lot of opinions that go around where I'm like, that is a wrong opinion. I keep my mouth shut because I don't want to create any ripples. I really enjoy other people's drama. Big fan. My own drama, I don't need any. I don't want any. It's why, when drama starts happening on Twitter, the Bentleys go real silent. You will not even take anything I've tweeted out of context. But I think that we as a community need to open the space for more conversation. Maybe we don't always need to talk. Maybe as a drag queen, who identifies as a mob, maybe I don't always need to have an opinion, and I'm okay with that because that's how you have conversation. You listen. You have twice as many ears as you do mouth. You should be listening twice as much as you are speaking.
Did your mom say that to you growing up?
No.
Oh.
My mom didn't speak to me. She did too many drugs.
Okay.
Damn.
My goodness.
She had twice as many mouths as ears.
She had twice as many She had twice as many children. The drugs are making her see all 14 of us.
I mean, I guess if there was an option for them to have like an AMAB or whatever show, like hosted and created and produced by AFAB performers, then the only real way for that to be, I guess, beneficial is if they booked non-AFAB performers in their show. Does that make sense?
That's a way to get people to
to communicate and then mix
right.
together.
That's how I started doing my shows. Is I started booking people that I was not friends with, that I knew would bring a crowd to the show.
Yeah.
Because if I had just done my own show forever, like, I don't know, that wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, it comes down to like the savviness of the person producing to know what's good for entertainment or whatever. Like, it's the whatever the goal is. If the goal is to have a showcase of art and do whatever, like Landon Sider said, like if you want to just perform for a small place that doesn't really have a stage or a setup and just perform for friends that love you and support you no matter what, that's great. Like that's a good like nurturing environment to do drag if you want to just do that. But if you want to like establish yourself as like a traveling, working, paid professional, you have to like work your way up to a standard of what the mainstream audience kind of expects from you. Like you have to kind of like Elena says, you have to like, if you want to make it and be lucrative, you have to fill the mold before you break the mold. Like you have to kind of do what they want and then
Elena
flip it. I don't know if she got that. I don't know about it. She says it a lot, but I'm like, it's one of those things like you kind of have to dumb down yourself to make stuff work. Like you have to get the people to trust you first, and then you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well,
but
and I feel like
that's what sucks. It's like being an artist. That's what sucks. It's like you don't want to do like top 40 all the time, but sometimes top 40 is fun. But like you know, like you don't want to have to do that if you don't want to. Like I love doing Lady Gaga, but I don't want to do Lady Gaga all the time if I don't have to. You know.
Right. Yeah. No, I love Kali Uchis.
Why'd you look at me?
I think I am.
We got two monsters on either end.
I think I am Kali Uchis sometimes, and I'm very thankful that somebody I'm as obsessed with is very popular and mainstream. But like a lot of the songs for Kali that I did in the beginning were like Telepatía and stuff like that. Stuff I knew people was gonna know, and I did a lot of Pussycat Dolls in the beginning, and I was just let me just do songs to show them that I know what I'm doing on the stage. And then I'll start doing crazy shit, and they'll trust me because they know, oh, I can do the fun shake and goes. But let's see what she does when she, thinks about it.
Well, this is not related to it. It is like if you are starting out and like you're not like 100% there, like aesthetically, or you're not really sure what your character is. Like I think it is a good thing to perform like mainstream songs that will get people at least to watch you, and then be like, oh, I never thought of it this way. Like I'm sure Shady has performed like Lady Gaga songs in a way that people have not envisioned it in their mind. And they'd be like, oh, like I've never seen Gaga in this way. And now I'm intrigued by it. Or I never heard the song in this perspective before. So even though like for me, like I like to do like a what's it like when you reference something like exactly? Like I'm a stickler for like detail. So if I'm like doing a reference or something, I like to do it exactly as someone does it. So like I'll watch like her tour version and what she does on tour and emulate that.
Yeah.
But if I'm doing something completely different, then it's like whatever you want.
Like how you did the J-Lo dance, just like she did.
Yeah, J-Lo was Darth Maul, then I had to study it and figure it out.
No, sometimes I'm like that. Sometimes I like to interpret a song, and sometimes I like to just try to do exactly like have the video specific look, which nobody knows what Olivia Rodrigo was wearing in that video, but I'm like, I do, and it's important to me.
I don't even listen to Olive Rodrigo's.
Well, that's not who I get confused with being, but in my own head. But yeah,
Fran Drescher.
Yeah, absolutely. I think then we're saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're saying a discussion.
Wrong. I'm just kidding.
A discussion
Blah.
needs to be had
In person.
In person. It wouldn't hurt if it was started one-on-one, but it could also be a group discussion. But it can't be people at the table who have an ulterior motive. And it may be show and gig specific, but if it is, it's more about the opportunities going repeatedly to the same people. Is that fair?
It depends on what they're seeking out. Like if they're seeking out more opportunities at some venue that is run by certain people, then I think they should reach out to those specific people for those things. Like if they want to make something happen at a certain place, and then it can branch out from there. Word travels fast, so like they don't want to be like the odd one out. If one bar is being more progressive with if they're casting, you don't want to be like the other one that's like not being progressive. So like even at least by societal pressure, they're going to want to book people at least on the very minimum, just because they don't want to look bad.
Yeah.
But and also like if there's a lot of casts, even with our cast, like they have AFAB performers in them. I don't think it would hurt for them to to have a discussion like, is this something that you feel like? Do you feel like you're not being heard or you're not being viewed? Like in our cast, Ava Roberts is like widely known as being AFAB, and she's not opposed, but she does not like being called a token for sure. And she felt She felt very strong about and another performer that was like maybe under the category as token had spoken back to someone who was calling the culture out and was like, I'm not a token, by the way. Like I'm part of this drag family and they booked me, so don't include me in this conversation. So like not everyone is going to be on the same page, but like if you are like friends with them, you can just be like, hey, is this how you feel about whatever? And, you know, is this like something that we can fix within our own ecosystem? And then we can go on and make it that, you know, just make it like a movement. But like, it doesn't have to be a march or a rally. It can just be like just gradual, natural progression of things.
Okay, here's a question. If there's somebody, a MAB or a FAB, right, and they want to get booked, and everyone they normally travel in a circle with, like, hates me.
They
Is
don't
it wrong?
bucking bark because you want a bucking.
Is it wrong for me to assume that that person probably also hates me because everyone they hang out with hates me?
I would say it is a bit of a jump of a conclusion.
I also feel like you think everyone hates you, though.
I do.
And that's not always the case. I think that you are more well-liked than you think you are.
I agree.
And whereas, well, for me,
Well,
like,
okay, well,
you know the
section
comi-
hates
No,
you.
no.
This section wants you dead.
No, but the reality is, you know the comedy scene too. So like,
it's
I'm getting it. In
and
two
even if
different
they do,
places.
even if the said person did, like,
Mhm.
for me, like, I have bad imposter syndrome. Like, I assume I'm annoying and people hate me all the time, but I have to remind myself that, like, you know, I'm just gonna have to trust my friends and just trust that people like me. And if I have not given anyone a reason to not like me, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that, like, okay, they're not gonna look at me with this thing. Because if they do, that's on them, not you. So if you give a person opportunity, that's not gonna do anything but make you look better. Like, it's not gonna make you look petty. But if you go out of your way, like, oh, your drag family's talking shit about me, so I have to block you.
Oh no, I would never do that.
No, I know you wouldn't, but someone would. But like,
Someone did.
Yeah,
Did, not would, did.
So it's like, you know, and that can alienate a whole group of people. You know, so like,
And it did.
If you did that, then the whole group would be like, we were right about Suzette. She's a bitch. We hate her. But if you do, like, you're like, oh, like, yeah, perform if you want. They can be like, oh, maybe I was wrong about Suzette. Maybe she's not what we think she is. That's just like me, like, maybe. You had to kind of always think of things from a different perspective and also, like, really think about what yours is, because it's so easy to get caught up in what everyone's saying and be like, yeah, I agree with what you said, whatever that was. But also, kind of like, what do you believe? And sometimes it's okay to, like, if you have nothing to contribute to a conversation that's not going to change the world or whatever, it's okay just to sit back and look and figure out what you think is right, and just be like, I'm not going to add to this, blah blah blah. I'm not going to add to this, like, chaos if it's not going to be helpful. Like, sometimes if you're not familiar with the subject matter and you don't know, sometimes the smartest response is silence. Members of a geisha, but you know, it's like. It is like sometimes if I don't know something about, I'm not going to comment on it if I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that.
Okay, I think then we've covered that. And we haven't fixed it. I don't mean that, but I think we covered it the best
Fixed
we
it.
could.
It's done. Drama's done.
Sexism solved.
Yay!
Yeah, across the world.
Misogyny doesn't
And
exist
this
anymore.
was the group that did it.
Now back to potatoes and noodles.
Oh yeah, no. Still, did you have an opinion on that?
That wasn't
potatoes or
me. The
noodles?
camera caught it.
It was empty.
If you
You
had to give
said-
up one forever,
Potatoes.
you'd give up potatoes.
Wait, no, noodles.
You'd give up noodles.
Yes.
Oh.
So spaghetti.
eat
I'm a
potatoes.
hardcore potato fanatic. Like, I will die for potatoes.
So
French fries.
no spaghetti, no pasta, no noodles, no udon, no ramen, no pho.
But potatoes with French fries.
Potato
No.
latkes,
You can also make noodles out of
pancakes.
potatoes.
Still potatoes.
That's the first one.
You'd appreciate
I'm
it.
sure there's some like vegan option you can do without noodles. Like, oh, this is actually just rice. You know, they're not noodles.
But
they're
rice noodles are noodles.
So are like flour-based, like gluten noodles are like.
Oh, I could give up flour.
This is a whole topic in itself.
Yeah.
Okay, but I feel
noodles versus potatoes.
And see, for me, I can't give up potatoes because so many Mexican dishes have potatoes in them. I make so many Mexican
That was like my genetics. It was like
style
potatoes
things.
versus noodles, which is gonna win, and it was potatoes.
When growing up, you know, we were so poor growing up. We had potato tacos. Like, it was literally the instant potatoes.
Oh, like mashed
with
potatoes?
the water, put in tortillas and put in oil. They were great.
Were
Loved
they,
them.
were they like? Was it like folded or?
It was literally a tortilla with potatoes inside of it.
That sounds good.
Deep fried in whatever oil.
I
want
wanna
to
try that.
It's good. I'll make you some sometime.
Thank you.
For your birthday when I come over.
Okay,
this
on
year.
Christmas? Yeah.
on Christmas.
I don't think we have time enough to get into the other topic because because that could be.
That's fine. They're
a
all ugly
while.
anyway.
Yeah. But anything we want to say before we depart?
Before we say sayonara.
Yeah. Umbrella bug.
Have a conversation. Have a
You know what's
conversation.
so funny about the umbrella bug is that when we booked her for Eve's, she was like, I really like it here. It's so different and fun. I'm like, good. I'm glad you feel that way. And now it's just like, I hate all of you. You're all racist and whatever. I'm like, okay.
Well, I think that's a good case of somebody that just wants bookings and they're throwing out whatever they can to be like, I'm not getting what I should because of societal issues. And it's like,
No, it's because you're a cunt. But also, like, any credibility, it's like if you have like an actual issue, which there is issues with that. Like, I'm not saying she's wrong, but I'm
Sure.
like, but I'm just saying like, if you have an issue and you want to stand up for and speak upon it, but if you're like a total bitch about it and you're just like a not nice person, your credibility will go way down and no one will listen to you. So like, there's like truth to a lot of people's statements, but it's like, a lot of times I'm like, I agree with like 70% what you say, but the other 30% is rubbing the wrong way. So I don't know.
Yeah.
You're like
yeah.
you're making it bad, like you're making us look bad, or like it's like you're extremists, so like you look like wild. So even though like your intentions are right, it's like you're just making us look crazy.
Well, and I think if you want to be booked, reach out. I mean, we've said it before, it's tired, but reach out. I can name Juliana, Dolly Romano. They reached out to me. They said, hey, I would love to be in Velvet. And I said, okay. And they were in Velvet that following cycle. Sometimes I just want to know that you're interested because 99% of you don't even show fucking face at my show.
The
So
worst they
how
could
do
say
you
is
want to be
no.
booked if you can't even give my show the time of day? When I've seen all of you perform at multiple Monday nights, Monday and Wednesday are like the only days I have off from drag. If I'm hauling my cookies out there on my one of two nights that I get off, not from my day job, to support and see the local drag, to at least do my piece, to see the new performers, see who I want to book, see what you guys are doing, give you $1, because sometimes that dollar might be what helps you get that better garment piece that you can wear for your multiple, I don't want to hear you complain if you haven't reached out or shown face at my show. I don't know you exist, and it's not because I'm willfully neglecting you. It is because I'm running a fucking show. If you would like to be booked, hit a girl's DMs. If you don't get booked, I'm open to telling you why maybe you might not be ready to be booked at this particular show, but a lot of you are from the participation trophy era where you got a trophy just for showing up. That is not how you get bookings in the real life. You have to really deliver, because once again, if the bar doesn't like what you're doing, if the people don't like what you're doing, we have no show to book you in. I have to be a little bit of a stickler. I've also been professionally a performer for longer than most of you have been
Born
out of diapers.
Well, that's always my thing too. I was like, all these people who are complaining about what's going on is like, I was doing drag back in the day when they were still watching SpongeBob in their pajamas, so I'm just like, then I had to take myself down because I'm like, okay, that's just my like elder gay coming out. But I'm just like, okay. But also, I kind of wish they would acknowledge that a little bit. Like, you're like, oh, like these people were like putting it down for us before we even were like queer. So
Yeah.
like, so or realize that we were queer or trans or et cetera. So it's like, yeah, we were like over here like
Yeah, and
risking
I
it.
listen, I am all for telling you what I think you could do better. It's my opinion. You could take it, you could use it. I don't give a fuck what you do with it after. I don't give a fuck. I am here if you have questions. I'm here if you want to know things. I'm here if you want to be booked. I'm here.
And I'm
No
not doing
one- no one
E's for a
comes to
month,
me.
so if you want to do E's, reach out to Helen and maybe she'll put you in the show. But there are a few guests lined up already, so get on it.
What they said.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Anything you wanna promote your month off?
I will be nowhere for the next month. You cannot find me on Instagram. I'm on TikTok and I'm still on Twitter though. So, but I'm taking like a little like mysterious hiatus because I'm not trying to do that much because I don't know if I'm actually going to even come back with anything major. So I don't want to be like I'm coming back with big things.
Let me eat food in a weird way tonight, and we can put it on TikTok.
You know what's so crazy is you say that and you do these numbers sometimes where I'm just like, I would love to live on your planet. Like I would you are hands down one of my favorite performers.
Thank you. Well, it was not so much like I felt like I wasn't doing a good job as I was like literally like I had no motivation to do drag, and during June I was in such a bad mental space where I was like, I can't do drag because I'm just not in a good mood, and I don't do drag. Like it's like I don't drink when I'm not in a good mood.
Yeah.
I don't do drag when because I don't want to ever be like I don't want it to ever feel like it's a job.
Mhm.
And be like, oh, I fucking hate getting in drag. Can't believe. And there was times where I'm like, there's a few gigs at Ease where I was like, I just don't want to be here right now, but I'm going to be like I'm having fun, but my mind is spiraling and I cannot. Like
I'm on the verge of a breakdown.
Yeah. So I'm actually using this month to declutter my physical life. Like I was living like a pig for like last month. I was like very like suicidal, and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And now I'm like, I want to go away. Well, now that I'm in a good mood, to be like, let me miss drag and like just find things to inspire me, and then wait. And we were joking. I was like, I won't come back till Gaga releases a new album. And then I was like, oh, watch, it comes out next week. I'm like, well, you'll see me next week then. So
Be
yeah,
careful though, because like I will say that I was so excited for Ariana's album and Kesha's other album, and they were both like experimental. Ariana's new album's growing on me slowly, but
I'm a Gaga apologist, so even if it's like Joanne Part 2, I'm still gonna be like, I'm gonna perform that song next week.
no,
you know?
same. I tried to listen to that Kesha album.
There'll be
and
a
I was like,
remix
which one can I
sometime.
perform? And I was like, I'm gonna need the right show. It's gonna have to be the
So
weird show.
So if Gaga drops LG7 randomly during July, I'll be back. But if not, then I'll just be, you know. So if you're watching Gaga,
Manny, you want to promote anything fun beside Roxy Andrews?
Roxy Andrews Faces, July 14th. I don't know. I love drag so much. Every gig is like kind of fun to me. So if you want to see where I'm at, follow me on Instagram. If you want to laugh, follow me on Twitter because I'm not hilarious, but I retweet hilarious shit. And then if you want to see me be real, if enough of you add me on Be Real, I might start using it again. It's been like a year and a half since I've touched Be Real.
I'm too old for that. No.
And if you'd like to send nudes, I will add you on Snapchat.
Shay?
Let me think. Oh, if you want to catch more of me, you can find my Instagram. That's so shady. Let's see. I have 2 shows Sunday. I have a King show if you guys want to come out and support the Kings at Bear Dive. Woo. It's fun time though. It's fun. And then I also have a brunch in Vacaville. And then next Friday, I'm really excited for this one. I'm doing the Charlie XCX show at the where is it? Oak Park Brewery. It's at one of the breweries.
Oh my gosh, I live right there.
You should come.
Come out. Send
It's
me the
gonna be very
details, yeah.
cunt, respectfully.
The Brat Brewery.
It's
The Brat
brat
Brewery.
themed, so wear green.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I have to plug.
I can't come to the Brat show because I have a show at Punchline that night. Queens in Comedy has been on the bricks since January, so it's back. You're in it with me.
Okay, I won't be there, but I will be there in spirit.
And then brunch at Ace of Spades on the 28th. We're trying to still slowly just build that crowd.
Is that new? That's new.
Ace of Spades brunch?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like 2
Since
months.
April.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's baby.
We were working on it since we left Badlands. So it's like a year. It was a year in the making when it happened.
Okay.
And then
Oh my
brunch at
gosh.
Punchline on the
It's been a year.
I don't know. The 14th. Otherwise, I produced the show here. Since we're here, let me talk about that. STFU every 4th Saturday. So that's exciting. And then I have something really fun planned with Liz on the 26th for my Fridays Are a Drag. So that should be fun too.
Is it a duet?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to be there.
Are you gonna come from the ceiling or something?
Oh my god, I wish.
Balloon drop.
While we're on the topic, who do I have to talk to get reinforced bars on that ceiling? I just want to run on the bar. Can I, please? I'll sign a waiver.
TJ.
TJ's gonna tell me no.
Yeah.
Crossdresser, get out.
Are you insured?
Am I insured?
Yes. Do you have insurance?
Yes, I am. Actually, I'm a circus girl.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, a lot of you forget.
I'm like,
my
car
legs can
insurance?
move. I just don't do it during my numbers.
All right, well, that's everything. So thank you to Stab. Thank you to our live studio audience. Thank you for tuning in. I looked to see there were no comments the whole time.
Oh, Danny's been texting me his.
Oh, really? Do we want to?
He said sit up.
Oh.
I'll make some clips later.
He needs to text me things like that, too. We will be back on what I say, August 2nd, I think is the next time we're back. Whatever the first Friday is of
August, yeah.
August, and the three of us will be back, and you'll let us know if you want to come back, and we'll talk about something will happen between now and then.
Drama, drama, drama.
Something will
I'm sure it's going to be drama.
And if nothing happens by the week before, I'll do something.
Thank you. Thank you
I'm the
for-
villain of All Stars. I can start whatever drama I want. People already hate me. I lose no sleep.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for tuning in. Big old crowd over there on YouTube. So good to see all of y'all. Check out Twitch some night. I don't know. I'm just saying. But that's what we've got for the evening. We've got a whole big old lineup of improv tomorrow, starting at 7, then at 8, and at 9. So much improv tomorrow. And then Sunday, more improv. Oh, it's almost like that's what we're trying to do. So check out stabcomedytheater.com for our full calendar of events. We're live in person Thursdays or Sundays and stream everything we do 6 nights a week. Let's see. Is there somewhere? You know what? Let's send you guys over to Booty. Always a good time. YouTubers, if you were on Twitch, you'd be getting rated over to Booty Mashup right now, but you're not. So maybe that'll convince you to start being about Twitch? I don't know. But we'll see you back here tomorrow. Have a good night and hold on for the raid.
Should I stay or